This is a young and proud chief from the Konyak ethnic group, India. He recently inherited the tribe's leadership from his father. Even his gun is his father's heritage. He was playing with it from his early childhood on. Look at this soldier preparing for a mission. He only has a few weeks of training in highly sophisticated equipment that he's never used before. The only decision maker on the battlefield is his own mind. What can secure their survival on the battlefield? Training.
Once again, I will just keep this commercial intro afterwards, and we are speaking about a company that the next year will be full 18 years old, and that it's about 150 people today, fully skilled in development of software and hardware, so our own IP for the simulation. We have some customers all over the world, and among them, we are selling to the companies, like distinguished companies like there is the Nobel Defense, our first international company today, and of course to the end users all over the world. What is our uniqueness? Our uniqueness is to put together software and hardware in one company. It means that we are not part of the ecosystem which is on the world, so everybody is buying some kind, waiting to everybody else, but everything in this company is produced at home. Software, the graphical engine that all simulation systems on the world are running on, and hardware that feeds to this. It means a very short time frame to execute some additional work, some adaptations, some new technologies. It means that 20 years we are developing our own graphical engine, which is today base for the simulation. And just to shortly explain you what we do a very simple thing. We don't complicate. We are using the simple Excel sheet, and you don't need to buy the whole ecosystem, which is normally sold with the companies that they are selling only software. So what we do, we try not to buffer up the computers, and the graphical power is not used with the big computers, big racks, but we can work with the very small computers. So this is the point, and we can achieve, and we did, with our systems, that we can come to any point of the world. And now you just imagine your guys are going tomorrow to attack a system or whatever in the other part of the world. So you are able to train them today what they will experience tomorrow on a very short notice. The difference between our system and the GPS, so the map in your car, is that all the objects in our graphical engine are destructible. It means they give you the real interaction. Physics, ballistics, everything is inside. So the house, and this is a village, I believe, in Belgium, the houses here are destructible. When I fly in, when I shoot with a missile, they communicate with me. Why? Because our physics models, again, very simple and pragmatic, are integrated in all kinds of interaction with me. So all the houses, all the vehicles, everything, even the humans inside, they are interacting with me. And the result, great achievements with the physics of the vehicles, which are penetrating to the ground. And we can do here, and we are doing here, a big progress for training also the vehicles, the simulators that interact one to each other. IE is something that we are doing already for 10 years. I will not tell you about IE. It's too much in this moment. I believe overwise, but maybe it will come and become really our supporter, which I believe it will not happen for a long time. Of course, this easiness and pragmaticness of programming our own software, giving us opportunity to connect the armies, to connect the trainees all over the world. So practically this year on the Spike User Club, what we showed was that team from Belgium, team from Slovenia worked on the same target. And this is the point of the simulation in the future. So to reduce the cost, to reduce the logistic operations, and to communicate army to army. Not even soldier to soldier, not even vehicle to soldier, but army to army. Specialized teams which are running and doing the same business. Well, I will not take too much time of your time to explain why we selected, and we are the only company in the world that is not using the laser for the training. Maybe just a point that if you are having a red dot, I don't know if it's working, no. If you're having the red dot on the wall, like a laser dot, this is it. You say, yes, I hit, I didn't hit. But if you follow your weapon, your helmet, your soldier 24/7 with every movement he's doing, it means you are getting a lot of information out of it. And then you can decide whether this soldier is good or bad. And that's why we developed a special system which has nothing to do with the LED laser, but it is a complete LED 6-DoF moving platform which you practically put on every of your gun, of your soldier, and the soldier and the gun, they became a 6-DoF moving platform. So we are following the guy from the first moment he put the weapon in his hand till the last moment he shot. And with this system, you can literally understand the physics, the ballistics of the weapon, which laser systems cannot. Here we made really an effort and we made really an advanced approach to understanding what is happening with the guys. What is the point? The point is that the youngsters, they need to see what they have done, why they have done. They need to see the pictures. It's not anymore important, I hit, I missed. It's important why I hit and why I missed. But all of this you can show them only if you show them picture. And you say, okay, this is the picture, you did like this. So, okay, no problem. I mean, it's a different generation which is taking over different approaches. And of course, if you give them opportunity to understand or to see in after-action review in 3D motion what they did 24/7, and if you put them as avatars in the game, and you will tell them, okay, why the left wing was every time looking to the right, go back, do it again, they will understand as TikTok generation is really coming into our life. And as I told yesterday, they will not adopt to us, we need to adopt to them. I will skip this. We are the only company which can, thank you, which can integrate the systems in the trucks and deploy these trucks to the different positions. It is a request of today on the Ukrainian side, they need to move every day. On the Dutch side, they cannot build the shooting ranges. So it's a lot of different requests, and based on our technology, we can put our systems in a very small containers, and they are just traveling. You see one of the systems outside, it is, you can shoot on it. It is a LED, it is completely adaptable, and you can really put it everywhere and to make a big effect. Because of physics that we understand, and it's owned by us, we work with a lot of vehicle program developers or automotive, military vehicles. The last success we had was the Oshkosh. Practically, we didn't know that it is now the only Oshkosh team trainer on the world. They didn't think about making a good simulator. And we believe that the team trainer in such a vehicle is very important. You have 4 people inside, and they look around, and they communicate. And you have 4 vehicles in a team, and they look around, and they communicate. And you need to train these young people how to communicate, how to do the job. And before you leave them in the vehicle that is worth 1 million, you need to train them. 1 minute, no problem. That's why we are having also great deals with some of the companies, as we are working with the Caesar program, developing the simulator for the Caesar. I believe Portugal is also the part of it, correct? Yes. And of course, we integrate remote control weapon stations on the vehicles like a Lego, because it's important today that you can put different systems under different and up different systems. I told you one of the first simulators for anti-tank systems that was completely mobile was produced with development with the Dynamite Nobel Defense. And today we work with the companies like on exclusive basis. Which means that based on some European projects we are doing, we are making the full integral concept, and we are putting together in this moment the huge and the reference training center in Slovenia. I will finish with this, and thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Apresentação seguinte.
The next presentation will be done by the Vice President of Rheinmetall, Mr. Thorsten Fischer.
Dear Generals, dear ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the opportunity to present Rheinmetall's vision for the future of land forces and technological evolution trends for the Army here today. Before delving into our vision, let me use the opportunity to briefly put Rheinmetall on the map so that you can see where we're coming from and how we derived our vision. Wrong direction. If we're talking about Rheinmetall, and especially on the land sector, you probably know us best for what you see on the right, our tracked, wheeled land platforms, as well as our fleet of logistic vehicles. Though we are not just a system integrator at Rheinmetall, we understand ourselves as an integrated technology company. What does that mean? So basically, we're actually developing and manufacturing a lot of subcomponents and subsystems in-house. That ranges from medium to large caliber guns, including ammunition, protection system, as well as sights and sensors, and electronic components and software. Further, we are an actively global company, and we are in touch with many customers worldwide, and we are listening to their needs, and we are fitting our solutions to their requirements. So being in touch with these customers, and this is also the case for our customer in the Ukraine, we very much know how our systems are performing in the field. We get a feedback from maintenance and repair, and we can further improve our systems. For today, I would like to draw your attention now on the lessons we can learn from what we see in the Ukraine. I think after 1,000 days of the war of Russia on Ukraine, it's a good day to take a short resume and see what we can learn from what we are seeing in the Ukraine right now. But to draw a general perspective and general lessons learned from what we see in the Ukraine, I think we need to take a little bit a step back. So we should not look at short-term remedies for certain challenges we see in the battlefield right now, like turtle tanks or FPV, for example. So that actually brings me to the 6 lessons learned I will touch upon today. Of course, you can draw many more lessons from what's happening in Ukraine, and I will only look from a perspective what technology can bring to the table in terms of land platforms today, something we call at Rheinmetall future technology. So let's start with the first 2. I think a general perspective or general conclusion we can draw from what's happening in Ukraine is that doctrine and technology and innovation is very fastly evolving in the battlefield. For example, there was a study released recently that every 4 to 6 weeks a new flight software for the FPVs is fielded. So how can we adopt in the future to this changing doctrine and technology in the battlefield? And I think what our platforms need to be, must be readily upgradable and must be modular in the future, so we can adopt to these changes very quickly. So to some extent, they need to be breathable. And this is even more true for the electronics and software side of the platforms. That's why we at Rheinmetall, we are aiming at maximum modularity and upgradability of our systems, also in terms of upgrading existing systems. That we are working with common standards like the NATO generic vehicle architecture, but we are not stopping there. We like to push things further, and that's where our tactical core comes in, and the further development of our tactical core. What we are looking at, we would like to field a common middleware for these kind of platforms, to put them into the perspective and to give them the opportunity to quickly field upgrades in software in the systems as well. Putting all this together in the hardware and software side, I would like to give you an example. So we were able to fit a third-party commander's periscope to one of our tanks only within a couple of days, and it was fully functional within the system. So that's the speed we can achieve already now. Moving over to the next finding I would like to touch upon. So that's also about acceleration. I think there's also, you can agree upon that the rhythm of warfare, the rhythm in the battlefield is evolving quite fast, and it's getting faster and faster. Almost we can say that at some points we are almost fighting at machine speed. One example I see here in the Ukraine is, for example, indirect fires artillery. So the artillery is only capable to give a couple of shots at the end of the day, and then they have to change position because there's a high threat of counterattacks and counterfire. So how we can cope with this in the near future? And I think there comes an artificial intelligence and autonomous system. That's what we are looking at Rheinmetall quite deeply. But we have to make sure that the artificial intelligence is of help of the soldiers. So the artificial intelligence does not take too much time away from the soldier. It needs to support the soldier in the battlefield, and the artificial intelligence needs to be explainable to the soldier. So the decision the artificial intelligence is proposing to the soldier must be clear how the artificial intelligence derived to this decision it is proposing, so the soldier is in the position to really rely on the decision or the decision the artificial intelligence is proposing. So I brought you here an example of many examples. Technology is under development right now in Rheinmetall. This is more towards battle planning and operation planning. This is our automated terrain evaluation, so that will put the soldier in the position to automatically analyze terrain for visibility and cover, to derive strong lines and flanking position, to finally optimize defense position. Also, of course, you can use this tool for offense purposes as well. And we are not stopping there. We would like to further develop this tool to also derive path tracking, so to move from one defensive position to another defensive position, also in terms to make that available for semi-autonomous driving in the battlefield. Another example from our range of artificial intelligence solutions we are developing is the human-in-the-loop digital gunner. And we would like to make all systems input, all sensors input available for automated detection, recognition, and identification for threats. And we are not stopping there. So the system will also do an explainable threat analysis and derive a target prioritization from that. So at the end of the day, the gunner or commander of the system just has to verify the threat by own side and then can engage the target very quickly. So we are really compressing the OODA cycle here a lot. Moving over to a more yeah, perfect. So moving over to a more classical field, what we also see in terms of what is evolving a lot in the battlefield is protection. So I'm not just talking about turtle tanks here. I think reactive protection and active protection systems have come a long way. And I think there is a certain need to can you move the slide? I can't. Oh, maybe here. Is that working? Yeah, it's working. So what we need to do is really to increase our holistic view of the protection systems in general, and to further also improve our protection systems. And here at Rheinmetall, we are further developing our active protection system Strike Shield, which is already in delivery for the Lynx series. And we were able to demonstrate the defeat of kinetic energy penetrators with that system, and it was proven for visibility to defeat top attacks and UAVs as well. But we are not stopping there. Like if we're talking about UAVs, we are talking about loitering munition. I think we need something in between the sandwich of the classical protection of a platform and something between a short-range air defense, and that where we see a self-protection system for the platforms coming in. And we are looking here at different solutions. We are looking on drone. We are looking at fragmenting mid-caliber warheads, as well as high rate of fire weapon station, as presented here, for example. I think I jumped one. Sorry, I think that was a little bit... Oh, there's a slide missing, sorry. Unfortunately, there's a slide missing. I will briefly touch on the superiority in dual situation and standoff engagement. The slide missing here, what you would have seen is that we see also a strong need to enhance our engagement capabilities in the battlefield, and therefore we are further developing our mid to large caliber range, especially in terms of the 130 millimeters. So that's what we hope to be the next main gun for future tanks, as well as bringing automated ammunition flow in terms of an autoloader to this system as well. And we would like not to stop here. We would like to bring also our expertise in terms of integration of guided missiles into platforms to the table here, and we are looking also at the integration of UAVs and loitering munition into our platforms. So jumping back to the last point I would like to stress, and now I would like to move a little bit away from the platform-centric view I had so far to a more like overarching view in terms of land combat. So this slide acts a little bit like a bracket to the first argument I made. So I was talking about common digital system architectures and how they are helping us to make the systems readily upgradable and customizable in terms of hardware and to field artificial intelligence and autonomy to the system. But that also helps us to do more at the end of the day. So having this common infrastructure in the systems puts us actually in the position to kind of like interconnect these platforms, and we can also bring in the soldier by soldier systems, and therefore we interconnect the battlefield, so we interconnect all land service branches at the end of the day, and to put them into the possibility to share information near real time. And we are not just stopping at the land operations, something we call collaborative combat land, a project we are pushing forward with many other actors in the European Union within the European Defence Fund. We also have a project looking with many partners at the multi-domain perspective, setting up a multi-domain combat cloud. And if we have this in place, we really have the opportunity to then create very efficient sender-to-shooter networks, not only domain-wide, also cross-domain-wide, and put then multiple simultaneous operational dilemmas to the opponent in terms of very effective strike complexes. That brings me to the end of my presentation. I think there are many more lessons learned to be looked up, what we can learn from what's happening in the Ukraine. But I would like to draw your perspective to one last point. So if we look back to the 1970s, the Western forces invested very much into training and technology in terms of improving their night fighting capabilities. And in the assessment, they came to the point that their night fighting capabilities were so much superior to what the Soviet bloc had at hand that they called it an own the night moment. So they said, we own the night. And I think today, by investing and leveraging innovation and training again, we can have this own the night moment again. Thank you.
The next presentation will be done by the Manager Director of Aerospike.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here today and talk about our system. My name is Daniel Levenkas, and I'm coming from Israel and acting as a managing director at Eurospike and the Rafale representative in Eurospike. I served in the Israeli Defense Forces for 3 decades and still active as a reserve, gaining a lot of experience from that time of using and countering anti-tanks in the same time. I intended I will try to talk today about the subject written here, with saying that the significant impact of the tactical missile, and not only or necessarily anti-tanks, and I prefer to talk about tactical missile, and that's what I will be focused. I will try to explain it based on the lesson learned from Ukraine and the ongoing war we are facing now in the Middle East, and try to show the significant role of tactical missile in the modern warfare. Sorry. Before going to this subject, I would like to present Eurospike. Eurospike is a JV company, actually responsible for marketing of the Spike missile family and program managing within Europe. Eurospike is a small company, but a daughter of 3 giant companies, and with a strong cooperation between Rheinmetall, DIN, and Rafael, which supported the entire activities of Eurospike, we are enabling to deliver this kind of supporting our customer worldwide. And I'm proud to show here this slide showing that we are having more than 40 customers worldwide, more than 20 customers in Europe, and most of them are NATO members as well. More than 40,000 missiles already produced and delivered, and we are in a phase to ramp up and to increasing our production capabilities. And with then more than 7,000 missiles fired successfully, both in a combat operation and in training, with a reliability of more than 95% of what we have used. Those numbers and the most bring us to have this kind of capability of the user club. User club is actually an event organized by NATO, by NSPA Institute, which bring all our customers in one place, hosting by one of the Spike user member, and give an opportunity to all the users to share experience, to share their activities, complain about the industry, what we are doing wrong, but on the same time giving us all the opportunity to improve our performance and to look for the new development and sharing mutually between the industry and the companies, and the country, sorry. So looking in the war of Ukraine, asking if it's an old or a new war, talking about using tactical missile, anti-tank missile. Based on the Israeli lesson learned in 1973, which one of the most painful memories was the anti-tanks missile fired towards the Israeli tanks and APCs, mainly by Sagar, RPG, and those kind of system. And the main lesson coming out of it are actually 2 main lessons. One, the significant impact of missile, tactical missile, to block and to stop divisions. And the second, that at that time we were lack of those capability, which later on both bring the development of the Spike system, which elaborate in a moment. And since then, actually, we can find the anti-tanks and tactical missile all over the world in several kind of engagement or battles in high-intensive conflict, low-intensive conflict, organized, disorganized, wherever. And by the way, nowadays, one of the biggest threat towards the Israeli troops, mainly in Lebanon, is the anti-tanks that have been fired towards the troops are maneuvering there. And one of the biggest case for casualties coming from those systems. So talking about the war in Ukraine, and without going too deep about the lessons learned, I would like, with your permission, go into the result and what we think. And of course, it's in a nutshell, and just in those kind of domain of the anti-tanks, there are much more than that, as my colleague from Rheinmetall said. But giving some ideas, this is on the left side, you can see this picture actually is an open field, having this new shape after the artillery and the rockets been fired by the Russian towards the Ukraine forces. And the main reason, at least in the beginning, they acting in that way is because this is the way to going against the anti-tanks unit. They use a lot of rocket batteries towards those anti-tanks groups in order to stop their activities before maneuvering the site. So the result for that is the need of a standoff capabilities and a longer range, and not only a direct line of sight to the target. Sensor to shooter, this enabling to engage with target with no line of sight, or being more efficient to attack target. This is one of the technology developed by Rafael in implementing nowadays in our system. This is an image from a UAV or any drones, any other sensor, transfer to the missile, and the missile tracker will know how to track it automatically based on the image, comparison of image, and find the target, even if it's a moving target, and hitting automatically. As I said, we're not talking about only about anti-tanks, we're talking about a missile for multi-purpose and multi-mission. This is another example as a kind of a target. It's an antenna firing a missile toward the communication antenna is considered as a high-value target to be hit, by the way, a very professional gunner in this case. So there are different kinds of targets that need to be engaged. A massive attack with high lethality. And talking about lethality is the result of accuracy and the performance of the warhead, and not only by the numbers. And we are trying to reduce the numbers and by reliability of the system and the impact of the advanced warhead we are having in the Spike system. But this is kind of scenario that we might, hopefully not, but could be again in Europe. Organized and organic dedicated units. This actually enhance the capability of those units. Once you gather them, centralize them, and improving capabilities by this. This is just for illustration as a kind of a unit that could be organized in that structure. It could be much other or many other structure. Maybe in the end of the presentation, I will show you some more and elaborate about this more. Tactic and ambush. Tactics, generally, it could be with those kinds of system, ambush, delay, defense, and others. As much as the tactics are advanced, then the result could be better. Another example, sorry, here. This is in the beginning of the war in Ukraine, when the Ukraine did an ambush to a convoy, tanks and APC's convoy. You will see on the left side, in a very short range, firing the first missile, and the second one comes soon. And only by 2 missiles, they succeed to block, to defeat this kind of a convoy, and they just running away all over. They do a U-turn and going back. There are several examples like this in the beginning of the war. Then the Russians learned their lessons and improve it. But showing how strong impact you have, having the right tactics with the right system to block this kind of invasion. And this is concluding the lessons. The tactical missiles have the potential to stop an invasion of a great momentum and are a significant threat to the enemy maneuver and supply line. Talking about the tactical missile generally, is it a combat support system or a kind of the maneuvering part like tanks and infantry? I think it's something in between. That's how we should look in the tactical missile in this level. Looking to the future and even some of the current challenges we are facing with, more urbanic area need to be considered while planning our scenarios. Non-line of sight targets, mass numbers of targets, TCT, time critical target. This is something we are facing now. This is the way how to really facing with guerrilla, for example. You need to be able to engage with target very fast. Jamming, there is everywhere, jamming communication, jamming GPS, jamming whatever, and we know how to live in this environment. And high value target, any kind of EW, headquarters, air defense system. So the requirement is precision, very high precision, lethality, as I say. Interoperability, it could be in several levels. It could be between branches. It could be between countries. And having the spike all over Europe, it's enable country to share those systems. And being part of the cloud, the network-centric warfare, this is the future. This is actually the current time. And sharing the all information and being able to transfer the information, is it a target, coordinate, or other information, and we are able to do that with the Spike system. Actually, this is the family. We are talking not about one system, we're talking about the family with the full commonality between them. It's applicable for all echelon and all service, depend on the organization, the structure of the armed forces. But some of the systems are relevant for the Army, for the Navy, and for the Air Force, at least for the helicopters. The youngest one, or the smallest one, and actually is also the youngest one, is the Spike Firefly. Is a light munition, loitering munition for tactical level, in a level of the platoon or squad, up to 1.5 kilometer. I will not elaborate too much about this system, but in the future, if you'd like, we can elaborate more about it. Then the second one in the family, the Spike SR, is a man-portable system. It's a fire and forget, up to 2 kilometer fire from a shoulder. By carrying by one soldier, it can carry actually 2 missiles. It's around 10 kilograms per missile. And the backbone and the most popular system is the Spike LR2. It's up to 5.5 kilometers, and it serves in the level of company, battalion, and again, depends on the structure. It's a mounted and dismounted system. It can carry as a portable system by 2 soldiers, one soldier carrying the launcher, and the second one carrying the missiles. This is the very basic structure, but it could be in different configuration. As I said, it could be mounted as well on a remote weapon system and other configuration. I will come to it. The second one, the next one is the Spike ER2. Is a system, it could be a portable in a very rare and specific condition, but mainly mounted system, mounted on a ground vehicle, on a vessel, and on helicopters, 10 kilometers from a ground launching, 16 kilometers when you launch it from helicopters. And those two, LR2 and ER2, are a guided missile. There is a man in the loop, and you can control all whatever the missile is doing, and through a fiber optics. So it's impossible actually to jam this missile during its flight. And the biggest one in the family is the Spike NLOS. It's up to 32 kilometers, and from helicopters up to 50 kilometers is controlled through RF communication. And it's, of course, only a mounted system, same like the ER. It could be mounted on any kind of a platform, ground platform, naval platform, and helicopters. What has been electro-optical superiority? You see in this movie, it's an ER missile firing to a target. The gunner lock on the target. Actually, this is a reference target. It's not the real target. During the flight, the missile transfer all the images and the information on live, of course, to the gunner. The gunner gaining more and more information. It's like he's flying towards the target, the missile flying toward the target. Now the gunner did some adjustment to the correct target. So in this case, it's a predefined target. It could be also a TCT, a time-critical target, and doing the right adjustment to either target in the very precise location in the weakest part of the target. This is the principle how electro-optical missiles are operating is relevant and correct for the LR2, ER2, and for the NLOS the same. Here you can see several examples of the system using for a naval target, for anti-tanks target, a personal target, and we have a specific warhead for this kind of configuration. There are several types of warhead to each one of the missile, and in a very dense area, while we would like to be very accurate, precise, in order to reduce collateral damage, we can use this kind of a missile also to hit a specific target. In this case, is an antenna. What are the unique capability? The lethality, I talked about it, and the lethality, as I said, is a result of being accurate, precise, hitting the right target in the right position, and do not need to carry more missile. In the past, when we had the Tau missile, for example, we count it as a 50% chance, and then for each target you calculate in your predefined mission, you actually carry 2 missiles for each target. In these cases, there is no need, so we reduce dramatically the cost and the numbers, the kill cost and the numbers of logistics you need to carry. And the word impact efficiency, it can work day and night. It's the same actually for the gunner. There is the tracker having a CCD camera, day camera, and IR camera, and the gunner can shift and toggle between them and changing from IR to CCD. As I say, the passive is GPS denied environment, so it's immune to any jamming. There is man in the loop all the time, and we believe to keep it as even though the system can do some of the things automatically. In this case, for example, while you have the gunner, the man in the loop, you can choose exactly where you would like to hit, in which specific hitting point, which is the most efficient, and there are several examples like this. And we are trying to reduce the life cycle cost. Actually, every missile is a wooden round for 10 years. After 10 years, we are doing only a test in a tester, in a combat tester. Every customer can have it in own facilities. And then by this, actually enhancing the life of the missile in about 2 years, and then 2 years more, and 2 years more, up to 20 years. So it's a wooden round for 20 years without doing anything to the missile. And we fired just 2 weeks ago missile in the age of 18, and it hit perfectly and very, very reliable. Talking about reliability of the missile, there is no safety issue. We didn't found, in touch wood, any safety issue so far. Yeah, tricky. I will try to go fast. Okay, this is some lesson learned from the Israeli Defense Forces now within the Sword of Iron War, and find this system is very flexible system to use for many type of mission. I will skip the movies because we are short in time, just to showing you the commonality. We integrate the Spike system over more than 45 different platform, remote weapon system for the land forces, and additionally to the aerial platform and naval platform used for special forces, this kind of configuration, light mounted. And we know how to tailor solution for any customer according to his need and requirement. Airborne operation, different kind of helicopters, naval configuration, and we have the NLOS, the ER, and the LR on the naval configuration. Coastal defense mission, and of course the ground. This I talked before. I think there is a need to make a decision or discussion about what kind of configuration it's the right way to gather and to operate those systems. And just to conclude my presentation, saying that one company of tactical precise guided missile can neutralize an enemy of brigade. This is a kind of calculation. If we have like 110 target and having capabilities of one company, we can achieve this kind of capabilities. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thanks.
Pico.
Thank you very much, and hello to everybody. I would like to talk today about software-defined defense in the context of digitalization of the battlefield. And before I start with that, I want to give you a short introduction regarding D&D Digital. The D&D is a 100% independent subsidiary of the Raphael Group, and we as D&D Digital are a business unit from D&D, located in Bobach, and D&D Digital is located in Berlin office and Leipzig office, and we are focused on digitalization of communication and special applications in the domain of digitalized land forces and other forces. Our main focus in that is tactical communication, tactical data management, and special applications. And I want to show you an example. How does it work? Here you can see the system Fireweaver, which is a sensor-to-shooter system. This is a fully technology transfer from Israel to Germany, in which we are enabled to promote and even also to provide the system. And the advantage of this system is that you can interconnect nearly every sensor and every effector on the battlefield, and with a smart, intelligent algorithm from the detected targets by specific sensors, a fire management terminal can give recommendations to the perfect matching effector to fight against such vehicle. And this really gives a very high flexibility in the area of minimizing the time frame of spotting to defeating a specific target, and this also gives a specific higher value on the battlefield. But in my presentation, I do not want to focus on a specific solution regarding sensor-to-shooter capability. I want to take it as an introduction for my main question, or the main challenge all forces are confronted in these days today, because when we are talking about interconnected battlefield, when we are talking about digitalized solutions, then we have to keep in mind that every system which is participating on this specific domain has to be enabled to exchange information which are needed by the specific applications to each other. And this covered by a special communication infrastructure which has to be provided. And this is a challenge. You already know that, all the other nations know it also, because having the necessary bandwidth is not a gift, it is more a challenge to provide this. And when we are talking about the interconnection of different systems, I'm not talking only about having a situational awareness view on a battle management system. I'm also talking about different kinds of command and control system, different kind of multi-domain data exchange to enable also other effectors on the battlefield to have a really multi-domain operation. And touching this specific challenge, we have the need for a common situational view, completely multi-domain, and the combined operation of manned-unmanned systems become more and more relevant for the future combats, and has to be also integrated in this complete infrastructure which I already touched. The interconnectivity of different systems, or also on new systems, which are provided by different industries, new innovations coming more and more faster to be evaluated by the forces if they can be implemented. And this is also a challenge because it is not automatically given that you can use the interfaces which are provided by these systems to interconnect it with existing systems. And this is also something which has to be solved. Mass of data sets will be produced exactly by all these systems which has to be interconnected to each other, and this is also something which has to be handled. And these mass of data sets producing a data volume which is completely affecting the existing communication infrastructure in which you are already operating. We are talking about digital radio communication, and there we have also some limitations which we have to keep in mind. So, just to give you an example or just to give you an input what I'm speaking about. When we are talking about low-intensive combat situation, then for sure we are in a very great conditions. We have high available bandwidth, and in general we have also the possibility to communicate in every case we like to do. But we already know, as more intensive the combat situation goes, we have to take into account specific limiting factors which are already given. This, one thing is the environmental conditions, which are minimizing the available bandwidth from what is available in perfect conditions and what is available when we are having such operations in rough terrain. And the second part is the countermeasures from the opponents, because they already know that our advantage is the communication, is the digitalization of our forces, really to enable our limited forces within a high value technology to be very efficient on the battlefield, and so they want to intercept, interrupt, and in the best case block our communication. And so we can assume that we have a reduction of the available bandwidth of our communication channels during the combat intensity. And contrary to that, the need for specific bandwidth caused by these different data sets I already mentioned is increasing dramatically. And at a specific point, we come to a peak that the available bandwidth cannot even more cover the bandwidth which might be already needed by the different systems which are interacting together. And this is something which has to be solved. To give you a more or a better example, here you can see a simulation of an 8-minute combat situation in which a battalion is defending a minefield against Red forces and is also enabling a counterattack. This is a very speeded up simulation in which you can see the specific calls or information data sets which were produced by the automated system which are included in this simulation. In these 8 minutes, more than 3,000 information were generated and has to be transmitted all over the area. And as I mentioned, the opponents working with countermeasures to minimize the capability to communicate, and what you can also see in this calculation is just only blue force tracking, red force tracking, and for the general situational awareness view. And what I already mentioned is that when we are taking into account a really full connected operation inside a digitalized land force operation, then we have also taken into account that there are more data information needed for such a thing than only the situation view regarding where are my own forces and where are the red forces. We also need information regarding ammunition. We also need information regarding the general duration, how long we can find, and we have to exchange also information to other forces. And so you can also double this this number to a higher echelon that this information has to be exchanged. And this really leads then to this problematic that you have a lot of data from different priorities and different perspectives for the complete systems which are interacting together, and you have a very limited channel or tunnel in which you can bring through this information. And here, our solution, which is embedded in a study together with the German Armed Forces for the shared information space, comes into operation. This system is an intelligent data management system which enables the prioritization, synchronization and scalation of different data sets to the specific users to provide the, in this specific time, really needed information to the specific users. And just to give you the example regarding these three different kinds of users, as I mentioned, not only the informations regarding the enemy and also the own positions are necessary for specific units, for sure, on the forward own line of own troops, that it's necessary, but also in behind, in the planning of the other operation. There are also other informations relevant for all the participants on this operation, and so the priorities are shifting. And the shared information space is able really to distribute this specific data to these specific priorities, scale specific data down, like the example if you have a live feed from an UAV. This is not an information you already need in a high intensive combat situation. You really need the position of their own troops and what comes next. And so you are also enabled to minimize the size of specific data sets so that they can really pass through these limited data frames or bandwidth. So the key factors of the shared information space is to prioritize data completely by independence of the concrete situation of the combat, scale specific data down if you have limited access or bandwidths available, and also synchronize data when you get lost or the communication was blocked, that you can really repeat the real situational view after you have re-enabled the communication. And this is really able to link every sensor, every application, every effector, which is taking part on specific operation. As I mentioned, this is embedded in a study of the German Armed Forces, and during this study we had also practical experiments, and here I want to show you one example how does such technology in the combination with different subsystems can bring out a result. Here you can see an UGV. This is an UGV provided by Arx Robotics. On top of this UGV there's a modular erectable mast system provided by Zipper Mast, and this Zipper Mast system is connected via remote control to an RGV from our colleagues from Bobach, D&D, and we as D&D Digital linked this system, which is a completely experimental new system, via the shared information space to the existing battle management system ZetaWare of the German Armed Forces. So we had an experiment in which we really integrated such a new asset, which is potentially a new asset for the integration in digitalized operations into the framework or the system set of existing forces. And during this experimentations, which in total took for the integration of this specific asset, it took 2 weeks to integrate it. Here you can see what the shared information space at the moment is capable of. So we were able to interconnect different kinds of communication systems together, like, for example, the PRC-107G from Harris, the BNet from Rafael, and also other radios which are available or capable also to provide digital radio communication. We also connected different kinds of applications like the mentioned BMS ZetaWare, but also other systems like the Fireweaver and so on. And we also interconnected it with different kinds of sensors which were evaluated, like also the Spike system, the X-Wing. It's an experimental loitering ammunition system or testbed for such kinds of technology. So you can see that in this early stage, especially of the shared information space, it is really possible to interconnect different kinds of systems which in this time before never be connected to each other in a very fast way and in a very effective way. And at the end, it leads that these systems be enabled to communicate to each other. As I mentioned, that we are able to take over technology from Israel to Germany and also to Europe. I want to present you also the possibility of BNet software-defined radios, which also can support all these things which are mentioned in this specific case. The advantage of BNet software-defined radios is that this is a multi-band IP-managed software-defined radio, which is able to create ad hoc mesh networks with unique multi-channel reception technology. It has an extremely high bandwidth capability from up to 100 Mbits download and up to 10 Mbits upload. It has a very low latency, high scalable, and a very easy integration with existing systems and platforms. And the major advantage of this system is really that it has its own flexibility capabilities to monitor the available frequency spectrum which is available for the communication, and can shift all the communication between these different available channels to really provide a stable and resilient communication. The main functionalities of this ad hoc mesh network you can see here in this short sequence. You can see that we have two platoons. One is moving in the north, one is moving in the south, and to keep the connection, and especially in a digitalized environment, it is necessary that every participant is connected in the communication to each other. Every radio is acting as a node, and every radio is enabled to cover a specific loss of the direct connection to provide really a high communication combination and networking. And this is really a high value to provide resilient communication in such tough environments. To come to the end, I just want to summarize the general capabilities which can be provided by D&D Digital with our technologies. We have the capabilities to provide the software-defined radios from BNet as tactical communication asset. We are able to provide tactical data management to really use such communication systems as efficient as possible. And we have also access or other developments of other solutions like a counter mobility suite, in which we can also digitalize the process of counter mobility, the sensor to effector system, which I have mentioned already with the fire Weaver system, and also solutions for any unmanned systems. I know that there was a rush through the general capabilities of D&D Digital, so I would be happy if you have more detailed interest that you can contact us, and then we would be very open for further discussions. Thank you very much.
The next presentation will be done by the Vice President of Sales and Development, D&D Counter Mobility, Jens Benford.
Just this one, right? Go forward, back. Okay. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to be here. So I will. Wrong direction. So I'm here to show you or share some ideas with you about the how we understand modernization and innovation, and how we are transferring this into technologies, especially about the explosive traditional part of D&D. So you have seen from Michael how we are connecting it, interconnecting it digitally, and I will just show you some ideas about what we do on the explosive part with it. D&D is representing competencies and production and development in 4 important fields. So we are having shoulder-launched weapons, especially in the caliber of 60, 90, and 110 millimeter of caliber, representing warheads specialized for multi-purpose, anti-tank infrastructure, and so on. Then protection, where we are offering next to reactive armor in order to protect against shape charges, which is one special field for us, where we also have innovations for flank protection, for example, even capable to protect against tandem warheads, such like RPG-29 and even Cornet, where we are able to reduce it about the performance of about 80%, which is quite good. Digital, you have seen, and counter mobility, where we also have some innovations that we started already at the very beginning, especially when the tension started already regarding the Ukrainian war. So I will show you two examples. So one example is, for example, how we react on today's tank. As you know, a tank is undergoing permanent innovations, and he is permanently improving in terms of speed, armor, firepower, APS and unmanned systems, and so as the tank is improving the protection, also the anti-tank weapon needs to go with it and modernize in order to be able to catch up with the development. Here, classically, you have in the field of low range and universal systems, smaller systems, such like the M72 and others. In the high end or longer range for the high-value targets, you have seen already the Spike and other solutions with a search head. And D&D classical is very strong in the field of low range, up to maybe 600 meters, but for heavy anti-tanks, being able to knock out tanks with reactive armor and also double reactive armor and others. And yeah. So one example is the Panzerfaust that you probably know, which is the basic anti-tank capability in Germany since many decades. As anti-tank was not such a topic over the last decade, so that came up, as you know, over the last year. So there was a need in order to improve the performance of the Panzerfaust, of the warhead, and so on. We did do first steps with our first launching customers, where we also have some local requirements, where we built up a factory and also a competence center in order to take components out of this weapon system or out of the existing weapon systems in order to integrate it in existing or upcoming mines, robotics, UAS in general. We also use the same in Sweden, probably not as a shoulder launch weapon, as you can imagine, but components of it in different weapon systems, such like off-road mines, and also components in robotics and so on. Then we started to do general improvements. So we generally planned already the start of the 110, which is the main or the successor of the Panzerfaust, with a lot of improvements. But then we also had to upgrade it because due to the Ukraine war and to a lot of enemy intelligence that we were able to collect, we were able to improve the warhead. And we also had to cope up with different challenges, which will also face us within the next year. So therefore, we are developing the weapon more in a way that it will be more modular. For example, we are able to explace or exchange later the precursor, so make it being able to just not knock out a regular reactive armor, but also being able, for example, to knock out a double reactive armor, or if we are able to achieve, or what we are achieving is a non-ignition against the side contact 5, for example, but if the enemy realizes it, they can change the explosive or they can change the design. And therefore we would be able, or would need to be able, to also update the warhead or the precursor in order to catch up with the design update. So there we are doing a cooperation with Finland, because that was also quite tricky. As you know, the targets itself, they are classified, but in order to improve the warhead, you need to know the target. So if you shoot into a black box, you can do that, but what is the consequence? So sooner or later, you need to look into the black box, and therefore we had a very large and deep cooperation with Finland, where we shared not only the warhead design, but also the target design, in order to bring the weapon in a position to also cope up with the most modern tanks that the Russian army is having, which are expected probably in the north of Russia. So therefore, that's the reason probably that those both countries are a bit more under tension than, for example, others, as they are very close. But not only that, we plan to use a modular concept of the 110 to later use it in order to also use components of it. That could be, for example, that we are integrating it like the Fireweaver software that we have seen a few times, which could be included, for example, into the optics. We have two concepts or studies where we are working on counter RPS, so how are being able to knock out an IPS system. That could be electromagnetically or maybe with pre-acceleration, Or maybe if the owner of the RPS realizes that we are able to knock it out, they will also update the system, so there will be a permanently lifetime update, which will be probably every few years whenever it's necessary, and the more modular the weapon is, the more we will be able to explain or to exchange different modules and make it also usable or available for other users. Then we have also studies where we are integrating the weapon into remote-controlled weapon stations, for example, into support, into a tripod, into a drone, for example. Could be the whole weapon or could be only the warhead. So that's all planned as a future upgrade, where some parts of the studies we have done already. Here you see a few examples how we're using the weapon already today. So there our main intention is, we are focusing just on our main competence when we talk about us as the explosive part of D&D. So our main intent is using a modular weapon, being able to put on or off the firing device so that you can use it whether from the shoulder or you can use it to be equipped into a UGV. You have seen it in the zipper mask. It could be in the drone that we made already some tests, but you could also just use the warhead. If we are using the warhead, then of course it's our interest that we are building up a universal interface that will be equal so that we can use the warhead as close to the series as possible in order to avoid cost, and then being integrated into a driving mine. That could be, there's a tracked example, there is a wheeled example, into some flying examples, or maybe into some sea examples. But always the same warhead design. So once with splinter, without splinter, maybe we can add it, but the interface itself should be universal. Then a second field where we did a lot in the last years, so there we are already in the serial production. The 82 that you probably know from your past time, which was very common in Europe. We started to reactivate the launcher and the mine system quite early, so that we are already in the position to be able to serial produce it and to deliver those. Compared to the old system, the system today, also there we want to be platform independent, because we are just a company providing the launcher and the mines. You can have the example as you see with 4 launchers. Also, this is a 10 feet example, and you can put it on a logistic truck. So main idea is you don't need to have another vehicle. You can use vehicles that you have in service and that are capable to do the job, whatever you need. That can be a logistic truck, but of course it can be also a tactical vehicle where you just mount the launcher directly. Here in this flat, we have the example 10 feet, 15 feet, and 20 feet, which means 4, 6, or 8 launchers. Another example that you have seen partly already before, so that's exactly the same result as our shoulder launch weapon, which can be equipped with a 90mm weapon as well as with a 110, depending on the result. You just use a different optic, a different power supply to be able to stay there for days and to be woken up with a seismic sensor and so on. And then, of course, you have additional system, complementary system with conventional ATMs, automated lying solutions, training systems, and so on. Most of the systems where we have realized it already, you have seen maybe some on the Eurosatory, but they are protected and owned by some companies, so therefore we just concentrate our focus on the layer itself. But we have had examples on a trailer, we have had examples on UGV, on a logistic truck, and of course you can also use a tactical vehicle, depending on what the mission requirements are. Yeah, here you see just some more explanation. Here we see to the left, you see the Scorpion as it was used in the past, I think up to the 80s in the German army. To the right, you see the extract, how we are using it today, so that it can be very flexible, being used on any kind of, it's standard flat with twist locks, so can be mounted on any logistic truck. Here's some examples how to use it, regardless of the platform. There are some examples already used in the Ukraine, and there are furthers to come. So that are the capabilities that you can provide depending on how you use it. You can set it. The flatbed or the launcher comes together with a field unit, which is combined or connected with a cable. So you can connect it to almost any vehicle and put it into the cabin. And then, of course, you have all functions like block, disrupt, fixed or turn. Just another example of how we use it on a small logistic truck, a 4x4. Integration is very easy. Here you see another example. It's just a Scorpion. It's a modular system with quick and easy integration. You just need a hole. You don't need a separate power supply or something or connect it somewhere. You can have an interconnectivity depending on how you use it. And it's even, just an ISO twist lock. Here's the example of a fish bed, how you would, for example, lay it, depending on, you see it in the system, so you can integrate it into the battle management system, and you can program it before you set them. You don't need any additional, so it's pyrotechnically launched. So the system itself doesn't need to be connected with anything else. You can detect or you can program the setting of the mines, and then you just go through and laying the minefield very fast. The mine itself, it's very easy to be used. You can use it in many ways. It's designed in a way so that the feeds are getting up quickly, so it cannot be wrong. If it would be later wrong, it destroys itself, so that you don't have the problem that you would have any malfunction. The mine has to be set before, also prior to launch, about how long will it be on. So it can be up to 72 hours. But it can be also longer. Theoretically, you could also add later smart functions, such as that you would be able to switch them on and off or open passes. But at the first step, it will be just the reactivation of the 82 with the same NATO stock number as you know it. And the penetration capability is still remarkable. As you are coming from the bottom, you don't need a penetration like up to 700 millimeter or 900 millimeter as from the side. It's almost enough if you come with 140 millimeter from the bottom. That was already shown by Michael. So finally, we do have the fence system. So the fence system is being able to integrate it and connecting it with any other system how you need. There we are very open. You can use parts, you can use the same system, or you can use D&D Digital in order to add gaps in order to integrate it into your system. This is just a portfolio offer. Further applications, as we are using it, it can be shot as MLRS, integrated into rockets. We are working on a solution to integrate it in 155 millimeter artillery as well. This version has a parachute, so when it just flies from a higher height, so that it does not destroy itself and that it falls on the right way to get up. Yeah, delivery by ground vehicle. We have seen this example with the Scorpion, easily to be integrated. You can just drop it by helicopter. We have another version where you just have the pipe. It's always 5 mines in a pipe that you could mount it under a drone, for example. In one country, that is an idea to use it on a company level, for example, being able to put a few mines in some street or in some spot just to keep the enemy busy for a while. It's not to block them or something traditionally, but they have the wish to just keep them busy in order to win some time. So that could be even used on a lower command level. And then, of course, one application is a Bobcat. Bobcat is a fixed application. If you have a spot like a harbor entrance or some critical infrastructure that you like to block permanently, you can install them in advance and you can remotely activate them once you need them. And then you would, for example, block this entrance and to keep the enemy busy. I mean, it doesn't stop them or block them forever. It's like always you have to also guard and control the minefield in order to keep the enemy busy. But good to keep him there for a while. Yeah, I think that's it. Thank you very much.
A seguinte apresentação.
We will now have our next presentation by Carbotech Technologies, Domen Vertaknik.
This is okay. Okay.
To the other.
The other way. Can I present D&D?
Yes.
So thank you for this opportunity and the whole organization. Today I will present the Carbotech, which is spin-off company of Guardiaris. We will go through the short presentation of the Guardiaris company. I'm not stepping into the shoes of Primož because he already did it very well. So I'll just keep that and explain a little bit how we started the Carbotech company, and then I'll shortly explain the first product, which is called MAT, so the MANPAD simulator, and the second, our main product, the BANS. So the introduction of Guardiaris is, I believe, no needed, but it's really important to know that all the knowledge behind the Carbotech company comes from the knowledge of Guardiaris. So the story goes back to 2020, when Slovenian army came to us for a special request to build them a MANPAD trainer, which they can train the shooter on the ground and the pilots on the sky. So, because we are really closely cooperate with Slovenian army, we accepted the challenge, and we made them the MANPAD simulator, which looks like this. It's an exact replica of Igla, but we can do all the other weapons as well, as a Stinger or other missiles. So we digitalized the weapon, the MANPAD. We put all the electronics inside and wirelessly connected the weapon with the instructor in the back. So while the gunner is doing the right procedure with the weapon, the instructor in the back sees if he did all the right things before pressing the trigger and shooting with the weapon. So when he shoots, we have put our UV, so ultraviolet technology, in front of the weapon, which you can see up there, and we are simulating exact pattern of the real missile and triggering the mouse systems on the aircraft. So missile approach warning systems. So that's how we train, and that's how Slovenian army is training the shooter and the pilots in the same time. We already did also the project with one European company, which we made for them the indoor and outdoor simulation for the Stinger. So you can combine outdoor training, real training for the shooter and the pilots, or you can do this in the synthetic environment as a indoor simulator. So as I explained, we put all the electronics into the weapon, and on your left side there is a weapon with electronics connected to our instructor station, and because we know that you would like to connect the shooter and the shooter with the command center, we can also do that. So the command center will always get the feedback when the shooter shoots the missile, so you will have the comprehensive info. So, and now this brings us to 2022, when the war in Ukraine started. In the Carbotech company, we were thinking, because we saw all these videos, like short videos, short clips, how the Ukrainians are shooting with Stingers towards the aircrafts, the Russian aircrafts, but actually nothing happens because they're entering in the country, throwing out flares, and of course the Ukrainians are wasting the missiles, and they are not so efficient. And another bad thing, what we saw from few clips, is that the shooter in the same time really exposed himself. So in the back there was another aircraft or helicopter coming, and he knew exact position of the shooter because of the smoke and the sound, and they were like cleaning the space after they shot the missile. So what we did, you will see in just a short video.
BANS, a real war changer. Effective anti-aircraft defense without a single shot fired. BANS is based on the revolutionary Visharad, very short air defense, tactical approach. BANS electronically stimulates the aircraft's missile launch warning and detection system. Unsure if it is a lethal or non-lethal threat, the aircraft will dispense countermeasures with a decoy of flares. The aircraft becomes fully vulnerable. The pilot can either abort the mission or fly through open fire. BANS, air defense philosophy, has changed. BANS is a cost-effective, easy-to-use secondary weapon. Distributed throughout the battlefield, it will change the course of future airstrike missions. BANS, non-lethal battlefield, very short air defense system.
So, as you can see from the knowledge of the simulation and the big simulator, we did this small weapon, which gives us the same technology, UV, ultraviolet, which is really important. Why we choose UV? Because most of the systems, aircraft systems, they are still using UV sensors, around 80% of them. And UV, it's not trackable. So when the shooter shoots and simulates the real missile and triggering the warning system on the aircraft they will only see from which direction the missile's flying, but they will not know exact position of the shooter. And there is no smoke, no sound, no nothing, so you don't expose yourself. The system is working on a 5 kilometers range. It's really, really easy to use. You just turn it on, you just press and follow for a few seconds. We also made it that the pattern which is going out, UV pattern, is in a 15 degrees, which brings us on a 5K, you have 1.5 white pattern. So you can trigger few systems in the same time, or you can also hit the fast flying objects. This is really important. So running on rechargeable battery, each charge gives you 500 shots. It is working on 3,000 meters, and it's a 4.5 kilos. So it's really, really, really nothing to carry that around. Up till now, the weapon and the technology is like around 2.5 years old, and by now we managed to test it on the most mouse systems and the most combination of different kind of aircrafts and the mouse sensors. The users, Germany already have them, Slovenia have them, Austria, France, and Spain, and we did a lot of testing together with NATO countries all around the world by now. So how we see it in a company, of course, each country has their own tactics, but in our company, we see BANS as a tactical non-lethal weapon. So if you see the green border with the BANS, you can operate 5 kilometers into the enemy field without being accused that you shot something. So you can use BANS from different directions, and you actually trigger the system, and the aircraft will dispense countermeasures, because this is the only defense they have. So if you're triggering from different directions, either you empty the defense, and they will abort the mission, or you have a team of with the real manpads, and you put them down easily. This is a short video how the BANS is working actually on the real Spartan. The mouse system were put like it was automatic, so when he pressed the BANS, the system throw out flares automatically. Again, the Ukraine, you can see the jet flying. Nobody's shooting, but still they're throwing out flares, and this is what we want to achieve with BANS. So either to abort the mission or we got this document from the Ukraine, so because they're using stingers and they're also users of the buns, and they said that while they're using buns, it's really more effective and not wasting so much stinger missiles. And again, this brings us to this year when we, again with Slovenian Army, we developed the new mounted buns. The technology is quite the same. It is working on 7 kilometers. It's the small thing in front of you. And this system brings us different capabilities, and you can integrate it either on a border, you can integrate the system on UGVs, you can integrate system on the remote weapon station, and again, faking, and then use the real missile, or you can put it also on the boats. So this is all from my side. Thank you very much for listening.
A apresentação seguinte vai ser realizada
The
pelo
next
Diretor de
presentation
Desenvolvimento de Negócios
will
de
be
Strix, Mr. Dejan
from Mr. Dejan Nado from Strix.
Bom dia, como estás? Tudo bem? So I hope you still have some attention left. Sorry. So I would like to present the electric motorbike that you see on my right side. It is fully developed in Slovenia by a company that has more than 22 years of experience in electric vehicles. So today I would like also to touch a little bit of the future of electrification of some of the light tactical vehicles in the militaries. Just a short presentation video.
I conquer the best. I design a dream. I construct the unbeatable. I beat the vastness. Unleash the freedom. Make 100 components work as one. I make brutal power. Silent. I impress. I touch the unreachable. I am the future. I am Strix.
Okay, so motorbikes throughout history were in use for military applications because they can cover large distances over harsh terrain where, for example, larger vehicles or even drones can struggle, narrow passages or dense forests. Motorbikes always fill the capability gap between heavily armed vehicles and slow-moving but highly mobile foot patrols. So they've been using it as a recon units, for screening, for direct action raids, surprise attacks, special missions, so to speak. But the struggle of normal motorbikes is because they're really loud, so you can hear them from kilometers of distance. And now, with the new technology, we can put in the full-grown motorbike, fully capable, powerful motorbike, but we can electrify it, which makes it really stealth, really silent, really perfect for special missions, for recon missions, etc. As mentioned, it was from the ground up, it was made for the military. So what we have here is the most silent and powerful recon vehicle. It is already tested and approved by a lot of NATO member states. We will have tests, for example, in the first week of December on 4,000 meters of elevation on Mont Blanc with Italian mountain troops. just to showcase the capabilities of this motorbike, because for example on gas motorbikes, air. We already have NATO stock numbers because we sold these motorbikes to several special forces and recon units throughout NATO member armies. So for special operations and recon solutions, it's really good because, as mentioned, it has minimum noise, but also minimum thermal footprint. So it's not easy to spot this motorbike. It outperforms every other electric motorbike or every other gas motorbike. It has a lot of payload, 150 kilograms for weapons, equipment, ammunition, carrying to difficult terrains. And it has really minimum maintenance, so 80% lower costs than normal gas motorbikes. It is motorbike fully submerged. This motorbike fully underwater, under muddy water, for 15 minutes. And after 15 minutes, they put the bike out, started it, and they could go out of the water with no problem. We can make custom holders as a turnkey solution for weapons and other equipment. But also important is that this motorbike is very, very easy to ride. So, for example, if you know how to ride even though it is very powerful, it's very easy to ride, like motorbike. There's no clutch, there's no gears. So if you know how to ride a bicycle, basically you will know how to ride, with some training, you will know how to ride this motorbike. These are some solutions for the special operations with some carriers. The power, 6.5 kilowatt hour battery that is fully made in Slovenia, developed and made in Slovenia. It can provide 80 minutes of really intense riding, like all the time riding, or around 120 kilometers of normal terrain riding. It has exchangeable battery. You can change it in 1 minute, or you can charge it in 10 minutes. This is the only off-road motorbike that has CCS standard, which means that you can charge it from 20% to 80% in only 10 minutes. It has a lot of software application on it, so it's easy to modulate. If you don't need all the power, you can lower the power, you can lower the torque, you can make customization of the motorbike. It has also walk mode, stealth mode, reverse mode. As mentioned, lower maintenance. It is street legal, so you can register. Slovenian Special Forces already registered this motorbike, so they can ride it also on the roads, which is also important, for example, for special police forces. And yeah, the bike is made fully in Slovenia, so fully trade compliant, which is nowadays really important, for example, for USA market. We are also entering in USA market with Montana Special Forces and some other special forces in the USA states. For them, it's really important that we have trade compliant motorbikes, so to be, so to speak, no, let's say, Chinese parts. We are fully independent from any other parts, manufacturers. So here you can see the motorbike in action with the Dutch Royal Forces mobility units. For example, where infantry would be walking, for example, spending a lot of time, they could ride the same terrain as infantry with this motorbike. So they could cover larger distances in much shorter amount of time. Okay, winter, of course, no snow, probably in Portugal yet, but still, just to showcase how the motorbike is capable and the waterproof design, and you will also see that the snow sticks to the motorbike, which shows that the thermal footprint of the motorbike is really low. Sorry. How silent it is. Not just Here you can see the snow is on the motorbike, so thermal footprint really low, which makes it really hard to spot with infrared cameras. Here is the version with the snow kit conversion that we will showcase on Mont Blanc in a couple of weeks' time on 4,000 meters in I believe, minus 20 degrees Celsius terrain. Here's the turnkey solutions that we offer for light tactical vehicles, for example, Humvee or Oshkosh JLTV. It can be the bracket, we make the bracket, and the motorbike can be charged directly from the Oshkosh JLTV because it has 18 kilowatts power generator in the back, so you can charge the bike easily directly from the tactical vehicle. Also, different vehicles, for example, this is IDV, Iveco Defense Vehicle, which can place 4 motorbikes on it, and you can charge the motorbikes directly from the vehicle. Extended range, of course, special forces, as we mentioned, military applications, but also police, border patrol, ambulance, civilian versions, hard enduro and motocross, supermoto, and city use, as mentioned, the bike is street legal. Also important is all this technology that we developed, so electric powertrain, electric components with battery, inverter, and electric motor. We can apply this to electric ATVs, which are under development, coming in next year in 2026. So we can use the same battery pack, just place it modularly, 3 batteries, for example, and use the same electric motor, and we can power the electric ATV. So it is interchangeable, so to speak, the batteries, so you can use the same batteries within the system, within the electric ATVs or electric motorbikes. Of course, you can use the exchangeable battery to power for other applications. For example, we are developing the electric battery for Kercher Future Tech, which is powering some water purification systems, etc. So very important when you're on the field to have some extra power if needed. Under development, the company also unmanned ground vehicle, 6x6. This will be one of the largest UGVs on the market, 5.5 tons. So you can see how big it is with multi-purpose platform. So you can use it as with a terrain, or you can use it for evac missions. You can even place on it the water cannon, for example, and use it in fires. So this is also under development with the same company. But for this time, yeah, we're focusing more on the electrification of motorbikes. So our plan is now in 2025 with Portuguese military certification to achieve that and to achieve combat-proven certification. So, obrigado. Thank you all.
Faremos agora uma pausa para café e
We will
networking.
now have a coffee break and networking opportunity. We'll come back at 11:20. Thank you.
markets in the vehicle industry and others. What do we present? We present a team of engineers that, since diagnose, simulation, prototype, and certification with big players of the vehicle production, we deliver ballistic protection and spyliner for those vehicles that allow to reduce drastically the weight of those vehicles, giving them optimization and customization of ballistic protection for those vehicles. And what do we use to achieve high performance and protection and low weight? Is using materials, advanced materials like diadem, among others, and combining them with nanotechnology, using nanotechnology and configuring the fiber structures, namely aesthetic ones. That is the main core of research and development that we use together with the Army. That is the Oxy Defense project that generated to have high performance and low weight materials. That hybridizations of different angles of those fiber structure allow for a bigger or better performance. And undoubtedly, the use of nanomaterials, materials on the nanoscale, allow that differentiation of those panels that we developed and produced. And these panels, they're not monomaterial, they are multi-material panels with a combination and different structures of fiber. We are able to achieve that capability of low weight and high performance on a ballistic level. Undoubtedly, this material, just for certain application, when we are speaking of levels of projectiles that have a capability of damage too big, they are combined with ceramic materials or metal alloys that will be responsible on the first stage for defragmentation of the object, but they will be the compact shield responsible to stop that projectile and absorb the energy and the fragments given the phenomenon of ballistics. And having in mind the several levels of ballistic protection demanded, we can have solutions of spyliner. I will just capture fragments, solution only of compact shield and composite material, or when we talking about level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, is the combination with metal materials, ceramic materials, to reduce drastically the weight, maintaining the features of thermic, chemical resistance, and among others, bearing in mind STANAG level 4569, we developed several solutions, and together with already presented to the market several solutions. This is a table indicative of the solutions presented to the market, and we've been working with international producers that allows us to give features lowering the weight of those vehicles. And here we have some of the values of the weights, and undoubtedly our project, flag project, was the Van Tag, that at the time was a challenge made by the Army when we were developing the ballistic helmet. We wanted to reduce the weight of these vehicles, and that's how a new entity and a new spin-off arrived that will give something to talk about in the market. We have a differentiated product that equipped Van Tag, and we developed these panels, ballistic panels, integrated inside the vehicle, and allows to reduce considerably the weight. Given this partnership with this acquisition by the group Sonai, we have a great capability of production. We can say we are one of the entities, despite young, with most capacity, with better capacity to have panels, ballistic panels of 2,000 square meters. And many of the solutions that we've been developing in the scope whether for protection of containers, inside revestments. In the naval aspect, we have an opportunity with the Defense Ministry to working in solutions to equip and lower the protection or increase the protection of ships. Our reference vehicle, the first project we were able to give to bring was the Vantac. We reduced 42% of the solution, ballistic solution for that vehicle that allows more movability, less consumption. It's a reference vehicle right now in the market. Also, we made a blended level 3 STANAG that allowed a reduction of 57% of that vehicle, which is very significant. Currently, we are working Prosegur in electric protected vans with our material, ballistic material, and undoubtedly is a project that we will be speaking later. We want to be refurbishing the Pandur, and we believe that with the Portuguese Army and other international and national players, we will be able to develop a solution or a cluster in the market of high value for Portugal. These materials can be used in vehicles, in containers with thermic, acoustic, electromagnetic protection. We are also developing and testing and validate with some players in the market the electromagnetic protection. Why? Because the composite materials, they cannot be just passive, they need to become active. They have a double use, and here we want to be a reference entity in that sector. And also we developed a product based on the specificity of this climate that from Ukraine. We developed a product. We hope it will be a product that we will be able to introduce in the market, defense market in Ukraine, to protect soldiers and refugees, because what we developed are plaques, ballistic ones, with that capability of protection. The future of compact shield, the diminution of the spine liners, we have that capability, reducing the thermal signature of these vehicles with our materials, and instead of using metal ones that have low thermal and question of the weight, and then the issue of electromagnetic protection. That is an added value to this solution and the solutions we develop for the market. Thank you, and we are available if you have any questions. The next presentation will be made by the head of the Digital Department of Products, General Dynamics, Mr. F. Michael Angels.
I guess, please try.
So, Víctor López, Director da Vendas da General Dynamics European Land Systems. No primeiro lugar, muito obrigado pela oportunidade de...
First of all, thank you for the opportunity to give this presentation about our company, and congratulations for the high level of your presentations yesterday.
But thank you very much. Some messages in here. I would like to reinforce the message we're conveying in relation with this, which is our company approach and in line with the comments that were made yesterday. First of all, I'm proud to show here the Pandur vehicle crossing another product from GDLS with the M3 bridge. So it's an example of interoperability and cooperation across our products. But I would like to focus in which is our claim, the transatlantic partner for land defense in Europe. Transatlantic, I believe for Portugal and for me, even Spanish has a specific reference as we look into the ocean. And when talk about partnership, I want to especially mention partnership. Partnership is a matter of trust, and it's a matter of being in the hard and in the good times. We have been here in the hard and in the good times, as I said, more than 20 years present, providing solution to the Portuguese army, and with our firm will to respond to the needs. So it's the time to respond, and we will continue to be here. When we said about Europe, it's not moving. Presentation is not moving. Here. About we call transatlantic partner. This is our presence in Europe. I mean, this is, we have the largest presence in the land domain, headquartered in Madrid in Spain, but you see with the different flags our presence across the different countries in Europe, with different capabilities when it comes to product, but always with the willingness to cooperate or revamp the local economies. This is to give you some example, like which says our DNA. As I said, cooperation is our DNA. More than 4,500 suppliers in Europe with the different employees. And this is, you see, our categories, standard and trendsetter in the wheel armor vehicles. You know perfectly the Pandur, full range supplier, which is important. Now we are talking about modernization. We will present later on our portfolio. We are world market leader in a specific niche segment. To give you an example on the amphibious bridge, the M3, we said, an important qualified maintenance service provider, because now availability of the system is key. And we have a wide portfolio, but some capabilities not only for our products, it's for other OEM products. This is, I want to show you in the brief, which are our capabilities, like tactical vehicles, the wheel armor vehicles. You see your flag with the Pandur truck vehicles. We go later to the Ascod and artillery capabilities and bridge system. You see the flag here with the IRB because Portuguese Army has the previous version, the FSB bridge, and we will be proud to continue to support the engineering department in this regard. And as I mentioned before, and there was a reference made as well with the case of the Eurospike, for the through-line support, to give you an example, we are the founders of the Euro Trophy. So we are providing the most advanced APS system in the market, which is the trophy that has been installed in the Leopard main battle tanks. There was an announcement of the German army some weeks ago. So it's to give you a flavor of which our capabilities and portfolio. In terms of interoperability, it is important to mention which is our presence across Europe. I mean, all the efforts we can make to support you are in line with some lesson learned experience and capabilities with another user. And last but not least, I want to reinforce again, DNA. This is a story of success to our view. I mean, with the Pandur project, we have cooperated already with these companies according to our model. We have involved the Portuguese company not only for the Pandur-related project, we have incorporated them in our export opportunities. And we will continue looking to add more companies that are not here now in the picture for the upcoming projects to come. I will leave the floor now because we are going to talk to some opportunities that we proudly present to you about how this can be in line with the modernization view of the Portuguese Army, and I leave the floor to my colleague Bern specifically on the Pandur fleet.
Thank you, Victor. First of all, I would like to give you a short overview about the Portuguese Army Pandur fleet and the history. The contract was signed back in 2005, and within all these years, the Portuguese Army already participated in a lot of missions, international, like Kosovo, Central African Republic, or enhanced forward presence at the NATO eastern flank, and of course several missions in country outside Portugal. Of course, all these missions caused significant wear and tear on the fleet, and no need to mention that within all these years, a lot of obsolescence can occur on such a vehicle and such weapon systems. Further, we have delivered 188 vehicles in 10 different configurations. On the left below, we see here the current configuration of the infantry carrier vehicle, which is the majority of the fleet. We see it with an unprotected heavy machine gun. Of course, this is right now, especially from the lessons learned from Ukraine, an outdated weapon system. Nevertheless, what we can say is that the Pandur is an excellent platform to perform a midlife upgrade and midlife overhaul, which allows a lot of reserve, payload reserve, to increase, for instance, the vehicle combat weight with an additional add-on armor system, with C4I equipment, put it to the latest stage of NGVA TDS standard, integration of 12.7 remote weapon station, which should provide more accurate firepower with protection for the currently unprotected gunner and commander. It's possible to integrate counter-UAV system. Of course, the RWS also allows anti-tank missile launchers. And last but not least, an improvement of the situational awareness of the system due to their additional sensors to enhance the surveillance during day and night time. Here we can see not only here we see the possibilities for the army and to improve the workplace, if you see it as a workplace. For instance, all of the armies have currently significant issues to hire people. With the improvement and digitization of the vehicle itself, with an improved human-machine interface, we have, for instance, not only a more protected workplace, we also have a more attractive workplace for soldiers. And the integration of a state-of-the-art data logger would allow also the integration and the implementation of a more predictive maintenance software, which now my colleague Mike will give a...
Before we move, because yes, you can go there, but it was specifically mentioned yesterday about the digitalization and one of the key elements for the modernization of the Portuguese Army Forces. And I want to introduce Mike, which is leading the effort and initiatives within GDLS to make a specific presentation on that.
Thank you, Victor. Thank you, Bernd. So what do we mean by digitalization? Digitalization, for digitalization's sake, means absolutely nothing. All the efforts that we do in this domain are towards increasing survivability of the crew and availability of the vehicle, most importantly from a logistics perspective. This data logger, as I say, how do we increase the availability and or reliability of the vehicles? As with any problem, first you need to know the current situation, you need to know the facts. And this is what this solution that I will present on the next slide is meant to do. With this intelligent data logger, basically you are able, if you are willing, to create your own customized network in country or outside of country. Maybe you have half of the Pandur fleet on the north, half in the south, and 5 vehicles in deployment. You are able to create your own tree network as you want and gather all the data from the vehicles as they are at the current time from the battlefield or the warehouse to your command room. There you can see the situation of the fleet as it is right now. You can create this in various ways. You can use diagnostic laptops, you can use ruggedized boxes. This is all very customizable and built so that we can create a modular solution for our customers. What you can do basically with this, and this is again not meant to show you a software, but to show you how you can solve the problem of, or to improve the availability. Here you can see basically an intelligent way, and this happens on the vehicle without using any GPS or classified data, just automotive signals to calculate on the right, for example, the driving profile. Is this vehicle used mostly off-road or on-road? This has a huge impact on the maintenance schedule and the efforts you do and what components are of importance to replace earlier, for example. What you can do also is dive deeper into the alarms, see how the usage of the vehicle is exactly, how well your crew is trained, what alarms pop up, or if there is any technical issue, you can recognize it immediately on real time and do the appropriate actions. And you can dive deeper into the subsystems, see all the say performance of the individual subsystems, so that the technicians, the fleet manager, the generals can have a view of the condition of the fleet any place, anytime. This is the first step towards performing, say, the predictive or preventive maintenance, which is showcased here. And these two things work seamlessly together, or they can work by themselves. And this is a dynamic way that you can organize your schedule, your maintenance schedule, based on the performance of the fleet at any time. Where we come in is that we can also, with your permission, get access to this or more data that you might have, and then we can put our expertise into work and provide you with reports, recommendations, and ways to improve the operation of the vehicles using our past experiences. Here are some examples from reports using the fleet management, but also defects or maintenance tasks that our customers have done, so that we can provide their recommendations for further improvement. You can dive deeper into the subsystems, analyze what went wrong and why, and avoid this thing happening again. And of course, you can also interconnect it with manuals, documentation, our experts, AR technologies, and so on. Last but not least, I want to say that these systems, as I showed, is not one package. It's not a software. It's just different tools that we can sell to complete the puzzle of availability to reach the maximum amount possible based on the pieces of the puzzle that any army might miss. So this is completely modular, and there is a lot of room for improvement and, let's say, specialization to the exact customer needs by cooperating with local partnerships and improving the digital, let's say, backbone, the algorithms, the networking, and so on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Again, I see this as a tool of collaboration. I just think now loudly. I mean, this is a perfect tool to collaborate with our colleagues that will speak later from ETI. I mean, this is to have the commonality, and to have the information from the simulation and the real use of the vehicle. You can get the most of the lesson learned, and which is coming from the training side. So there is, again, we can leverage all this expertise and the collaboration with the local industry. Again, about Toki's points mentioned yesterday, it was raised about the possibility of an M113 replacement. I would like to use this opportunity to present our Ascod vehicle. And the Ascod vehicle, our infantry fighting vehicle, I mean, just to give you some figures, more than 1,000 vehicles contracted already in service in Spain, Austria, United Kingdom, and the Philippines. More customers, I'm kind of proud to come. And yeah, for user of 3 current programs in execution would give us now with a huge capability from manufacturing to increase and improve our delivery times in the times to respond. Some ideas on this, on the concept, because it was mentioned about the M113 replacement, and but I understand of an AFB, and the M113 is not an infantry fighting vehicle itself. Our concept that you can see on the top at the very beginning, this video was making years ago, it was to develop a track platform under the concept of a common-based platform. Because we have talked a lot about synergies in logistics, training, simulation, and so our concept envisioned to have under one vehicle an APC, an infantry fighting vehicle, fire capabilities like a main battle tank with a 120 millimeter engineering, ambulance, you name it. It was the idea behind, and now, if you look behind, I'm proud to say that this is a reality. This is a reality by delivering so many different variants that has been approved and certified by customer, and you name it. We can see now the maneuvering support, bridge layer, infantry fighting vehicle, recovery, engineering. So this takes a while to have this solution implemented. So we put this at the disposal of the Portuguese Army, all the lesson learned, all the engineering effort that we have achieved during the last years, and putting the state-of-the-art platform on the track segment as a candidate for such project. Interesting enough, because at the end, the armored vehicles share some commonality, and talking about the same OEM, they might have some synergies with the Pandur and the presentation that my colleague Bernd said before, because talking about NGBA, electronic architecture, we have some design commonalities. Important, natural interoperability, as I mentioned before, and with my country and neighboring country, like a vehicle being in service in Spain, I think it has some significant leverage and opportunity for joint operations together. And for sure, I mean, this will be any project. It will require the involvement of the Portuguese industry. It was mentioned yesterday about a cluster, is our willingness. Again, I will reinforce here to have this cluster with all the capabilities that the Portuguese industry can bring to it inside in our team. So this is two sides of the project. One to respond, of course, to the Portuguese Army requirement, and the other to the government requirements from the Portuguese government when it comes to leverage economy and the existing capabilities. Solamente decir que nos estuvimos acá por 20 años, queremos estar otros 20 años más.
We've been around for 20 years. We hope we'll stay for 20 more at least. Thank you so much for this invitation and opportunity.
A apresentação seguinte vai ser realizada.
The next presentation will be by Mr. Luís Vieira from ETI. He's the CEO of ETI. We apologize, but the gentleman is not using the microphone. Okay. It's such a pleasure to be here and being able to share with you, with the industry and with the Army, to tell you about our work. Engineer EGAS will also focus on the projects we've been working on, our experience in the partnership with General Dynamics, and the work we have been carrying out in Portugal and abroad, as well as our future plans. So hopefully this will be a short presentation, like you asked. The display is a little bit different. I'm sorry, maybe the colors are not, because of the color pattern, the words are not visible. Who are we? This story starts 20 years ago when we started as a spin-off from OGMA, and we dedicated ourselves exclusively to the design and integration of training and simulation solutions, especially in the defense sector. We are 100% state-owned for the industry of defense, and even though we are a state-owned company, over 80% of our sales are for external markets instead of the national market. Let me give you an overview of the projects we've been developing. We have a portfolio encompassing all different stages of training, starting with learning training and advanced training, not just operational training, but also maintenance training in terms of proficiency in each one of these components, and at the same time, the development of tactical environments and collaboration projects for operational trainings. About our business, like I said, it's mainly exports. 2/3 of our work is with international industry partners, and then 1/3 is for end users. During these 2 days, we've talked about joint projects and partnerships, so I would like to focus on our business and our industrial partners, how we work within the market. Our business model, because we are a small company and we provide a product which is a complement to the vehicles industry, this means that technically we have collaboration in terms of simulators, but at the same time We are like a hidden partner for OEM solutions. Typically, with most of our partners, we have training devices of the portfolio being developed by us, and in aeronautics, for example, we have Airbus, Space Defense, and Embraer, specific training devices in their portfolio that they sell to their clients are developed by ETI, which means we can supply not only 2 or 3 different countries, but to have a very significant international presence. I believe that in all continents, America, Asia, Middle East has partners we work with. Institutional partners also include MBDA storehouses with static environment systems, and I would like to focus from now on in our collaboration and our partnership projects with General Dynamics European Land Systems for terrestrial sector mostly. This is a collaboration project that started many years ago. It started when we were designing a project for business development, and it's a good example because the participation in these projects as partners mean that the national companies may benefit from the partnerships, and even the armed forces and the whole defense industry benefits from these type of partnerships. My partner, Edgar, will tell you about what we've done together in this partnership with General Dynamics. We have 4 different training systems in collaboration with different users with General Dynamics. The first one was TMTS, a training system, which was the first one developed for this sector. Until then, we had worked in aeronautical simulation. This was a training system supplied to the Portuguese Army in the Infantry number 13. This is a tabletop training system because of the COTS systems that are used. This is a simulator which is representative of FV and Pandur with 4 simulators. Each one of the 4 simulators is composed by 3 positions, namely the commander, the pointer, and the driver. These 4 simulators make a platoon. This is important for maneuvers, and the 4 simulators have a tactical simulator which generates virtual entities with which the 12 users or operators will fight. There's a 6th position, the instructor, where we prepare the exercises and we'll have the instructor supervising the training. As I said, this is a tabletop system using extensively COTS components at a hardware and software level, so it has a cost-benefit ratio which is very high. In 2013, we delivered a very similar equipment called CBCT, and it was supplied to the Austrian army. The basis was the same as the TMTS with some additional requirements. We delivered a very similar system because it's a similar vehicle as Pandur and FV. The tower is basically the same. So what we did was supplying the simulator similar to TMTS with additional requirements by the Austrian army. The Portuguese army was interested in a training system for maneuvers, and the Austrian army wished to have a system allowing for procedural training for the SP30 tower operations. We had also a tabletop system, but it evolves throughout time, as you can see in these pictures. It was transformed into a system with a transition between control boxes. They were converted into physical equipment because the SPT tower includes many switches, many towers, and the touch screen does not allow for such an effective training. This final setting is much more effective. So the system evolved with time, and right now we're using this service as simulation software to make it possible to have a connection of the training system and the 4 simulators with other equipment by the Austrian Army. And that's how they can have a larger scale exercises training. 2017, a new system to the Portuguese Pandur dynamic simulator for the Portuguese Army. This is a simulator for drivers training. This is a dynamic simulator, as you can see in this picture, and it goes a little beyond the logic of cost-benefit of the previous equipments, because in this case the reliability in the driver's position is extremely important. So we use some real components by the Pandur, using the Pandur's position, that were compatible with our simulation. It was a very interesting project because of how it was organized, and I've worked in many different projects. This was one of the projects where the articulation between the manufacturer, GD, and the final user, and ETI as the manufacturer of the simulator was very, very important. The connection between these 3 entities led to a successful partnership, to a successful result. We got Army-tested certification by the Portuguese Army, and it was used as the basis for master's degrees thesis in the military academy. More recently, in 2023, we had a simulator for Botswana's army based on PDDS. The cabin is basically the same movement system as well. However, this is a different vehicle compared to GD from Piranha 3+, but it used 80 to 85% of the work we had developed for PDDS, because we have been using development tools and development structure which culminated in building simulation components that could be adapted to different types of vehicles, terrestrial or aerial. And obviously, we used many things that had been used in the PDDS. Like I said, 80 to 85% of the tools that we had used before. And then we had a small part of the components that had to be specifically designed for this simulator. But it was very good to already have this accumulated know-how from the PDDS design. This was a simulator installed in Botswana during the shortly after the end of the pandemic. We would have been able to deliver this more quickly if it hadn't been for the pandemic crisis. In any case, we were able to deliver the product. I will give the floor to my colleague again. Yes, in conclusion, can you hear me? Using this as an example And in line with this partnership, because we don't have much time, I'm going to give you a summary. What would I like to highlight? The importance of a co-development project with the Portuguese Army in a very close collaboration. Also, the history of the project, the way it has evolved to use the abilities of ETI to tailor our solutions to the market. Also use a lot of the solutions that we had designed for Pandur in other GDLS platforms, and the export, the way we brought the Portuguese know-how to the world, in these specific cases to Austria and Botswana, and obviously new business opportunities as well. When we describe these projects in terms of military programming, what are we aiming at for 2025? Obviously, this partnership with General Dynamics is something we want to keep. We have the Pandur project as one of our pillars. In terms of business, we will still be involved in these simulation projects with the Portuguese Army and GCS. GCS, General Commercial Services, strengthens our skills, our competences in terms of education science, digital learning, trying to set up and implement training concepts, digital training concepts. This is also being used in other markets, and it requires vocational science and additional capacities that will complement our know-how. Very quickly, in conclusion, we have more than a decade of partnership projects with the Portuguese Army, a lot of local expertise in training and simulation. In Portugal, we were the most relevant company for training and simulation in the defense industry, and obviously we are committed to this project, and we want to continue our collaboration because it's a story of success. This is an experience that we want to keep and maybe take it further within this framework, trying to equip the Portuguese Army with simulation systems, integrated systems similar to Pandur. The simulators are just one of the components. We have the pedagogical and education aspects also, because we want to offer a comprehensive solution that may be of good use for the Portuguese Army. Thank you for the time that you gave us to give this presentation. If you have any questions, please talk to us. Thank you.
The next presentation will be done by the Leader Manager of Defense, André Barbosa, Capgemini Portugal, and the Head of Research, Dr. Adriano Borja. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. After the protocol, the brief protocol, greeting everyone present and also the team. It's we're very honored to accept this invitation to be here in the third edition of the event, Innovation and Modernization of the Portuguese Army. With my colleague Adriano, we will be playing this great piano at four hands, and we hope it will be interesting for all of you. In terms of organization, Capgemini is a company, a consultancy company with more than 55 years. Its origins is France, and we're present in Portugal for more than 25 years. Our aim is to free human energy through technology for an inclusive and sustainable future. With this goal, we want to reach our compromise and a promise to ensure everyone that we will have the future that we want, and obviously within our families, our communities, but mainly through our collaborators. In Portugal, and briefly, we are speaking of a structure with 3,000 colleagues at the level of the group. We are around 340,000 in geographic terms, in more than 50 countries. In terms of dimension, is something similar in between Bahamas and Iceland in populational terms. We are a medium-sized country that works every day the subject of innovation, technology, development, research. We work with a set of partners, technological partners, and it's to us an honor to be distinguished year after year as a great employer in Portugal, but also receiving awards and of being a great place to work. In terms of labs and hubs, we have 4 in Portugal, in the country. Raia, where Adrian works every day, Fundão, 5G Lab. We have Quantum Lab, a Media Lab. The yellow house you see on the bottom, it's our text. It's a real environment that we test, an environment, a domestic environment where we can test all the equipments of telecommunications and all the routers and appliances we have in our homes, and we work in that sense. So we replicate the domestic environment in our facilities, and here we transform everything that has to do with analytics, multi-vendor system verification, in-velco experimentation, autonomous testing, everything that has to do with immersive experience, metaverse, is where we test in our labs. At the level of the sector of defense, we work on a global scale. We have a methodology and a framework which patented is ours. The process is conducted, and I will explain later. In a global terms, we have 340,000 people working on a global level. We have several specialists working the subject of defense with capabilities of research, development, engineer, with the delivery of 10,000 projects worldwide. In terms of trends and challenges, we are speaking of several constellation of subjects that today we observed, but above all else, they complement themselves in great topics, using UCLU's technology, civil technology, with combination with the military one, everything that has to do with cyber, security, defense, multi-domain of operations, and military readiness, regarding supply chain, everything, open data, Industry 4.0, how can we answer to a plan and maintenance and planned maintenance, everything that has to do with multi-domain of the operations. And based on this observation, with our main clients in defense, we built a portfolio and a framework that is inside Capgemini identity with the Defense Europe Initiative, the baseline to answer rapidly to the challenges presented. We are speaking everything that has to do with manufacture, acceleration of supply chain, cybersecurity, everything that has to do with innovation, but also sustainability, all part of cloud, 5G, making a parallel and presenting a paradox. This of baselines, like the vehicle, is like the brakes. When we have great brakes, we can go faster. Effectively, having great bases, we can accelerate, not just in technology, but all the programs that we've been working on, especially with the Agency of Innovation, with the clients of defense. Based on this, and as I explained earlier, we have the Research Institute that annually, in several months per year, produces a set of information. We are speaking, obviously, of paper, a great document, TechnoVision, this year for the first time, dedicated to aerospatial sector and defense. We will have the opportunity to show you later. We apply innovation in a daily basis, and it's not theoretical. Being a consultant company, we have a framework, but we work the subject of innovation, and even though we're a house that makes innovation, we bring innovation for everything we do, and we drink this every day in our operations. We are speaking, obviously, of everything that has to do with the ecosystem of startups, everything that has to do with ventures, working, a global presence, bringing to a capability of delivery on a national level. The next slide, and finishing my brief presentation, I invite you to scan the QR code to have access to our paper, that if you do not have the opportunity to do it here, you can download it in our stand, and we invite you to visit it as well. I will pass the floor to my colleague now. Thank you, André. Well, first of all, as researcher and head of the research and telecommunications of Capgemini, I need to thank the Army for the opportunity to participate in our text, the exercise where we take solutions that we can take to the extreme, things that we can measure, assess, improve, build, and get it right. In that sense, the partnership between the entities and the Army, the synergy is very important to build, for us to be able to build better solutions. In the case here, in this case, I heard a lot of presentations, and allow me to speak a little bit more about a system that is more abstract than what is being said. But I've heard a lot of presentations speaking about robotics, autonomous system, AI, wearables. We need to monitor health and how the performance of the Army, the servicemen are in the field. We need to analyze, collect several data in a dynamic way, in an agile way, to take decisions. And to me, obviously, a transversal subject is connectivity. Connectivity is crucial. From the point of view of connectivity, is to have a way of communication that is strict, fast, and capable of adapting itself to the several scenarios we have on the field for each operation. Obviously, we can imagine that if I have a time of latency, if I have a delay in the delivery of information, this could compromise the mission. If I have a lot of devices connected to a tactical bubble that I will present later, that could compromise and give a blackout, cause a blackout, and all the visualization I have of what is happening on the field. If I have a lack of adaptability or even interoperationality among other forces, allied forces, what will happen? We see a lot of systems, but those systems are interoperational. Can they collaborate between them? These are questions that could cause a lot of problems or give us even more agility and advantage in the field when it comes to the operational part. We could have an attack of a computer, quantum computer. Are we ready for that? And here I make a reflection from the point of view that not just speaking on network, but speaking of telecommunications and connectivity, this form of actual connectivity needs to be rethought, improved, and even replaced by different ways, because we need something more intelligent, more adaptable, more flexible in order to be more scalable from the point of view of delivery. So in our text, we brought these solutions, and here I present the two solutions given in our text that we tested to the exhaustion within the exercise. It was a private network, 5G, completely autonomous, working on the field and based totally in open source environment, adapted also with AI, and a platform of software where we could program and have the flexibility of escaping certain interference, jamming attacks. We could work with frequency hopping in a way to model and modify these ways of communications to protect the network, to protect the connectivity. The second solution was to bring a platform that brings post-quantic algorithms to prevent a possible attack, a quantic attack in a computer, a quantic computer for the breach of a cryptography, capture of message that are sensitive, and we have there. This was the operational field in Santa Margarida where we were. We had a control station where, apart from the mission, was supervised there. And then we created a tactical bubble. It means an area of coverage where I had several devices connected, wearables, devices like cameras, smartwatches, mobile phones, computers, etc. Why? In order to have a complete vision of the field with recognition of the field, a stream and an image in real time, and that real time more and more appears in conferences and literature. Why? Because the information needs to reach really quickly and consistent, reliable, and in an integrated form to the command central to take a decision that is more assertive than ever. And with that, we created the tactical bubble. They could be reproduced, obviously, and amplified in the field and multiplied by any number of bubbles we want. The red dot is the dot where we have the base radio station. It can be adaptable. It could be a vehicle, a military vehicle, as it was in the exercise. It is a base station, a mobile one, that leaves quickly, and we need that agility. It leaves very quickly from one place to another to be able to follow the ongoing mission, and for me to have that advantage to follow the troops in terms of field progression. And it could be a mobile station. We have the solution, a couple to with the drone, and the drone making the intelligent coverage of the entire field and support the part of connectivity. This is an architecture of what was done. I had the devices connected to a base radio station within a military vehicle, connected to the command base where I had all the information of what was going on in the streaming, whether it was in streaming, what was seen by the troops in the field, and all the performance in network, everything that was happening with the network. Why? Because I had these devices, I had a serviceman with a camera, I had a communication in real time with a mobile phone, identifying possible dangers, traps, landmines, anything that could be recognizable in the field. AI already applied to the base radio station. That device is connected to this station, adapted to a military vehicle, and that one connected to a backhaul that makes a connection with our command central. And I can, for instance, have the image processing. This backhaul at this, in this case, was a terrestrial one, a communication between the base station and the command, but it could be done by satellites, low orbit satellites, in order for me to have the command of the mission in the northern part of Portugal to a mission that is happening maybe, for instance, in Africa. It could be totally possible to accomplish. And where does AI come into this story, and why have this platform? You can have this question: why use the 5G private network on an open source platform? First, because it gives us flexibility. It gives us the possibility to program and to place new features, but it also gives us the possibility of interoperationality. If I have an allied force that needs other of these devices to be connected to my network, it's possible because the pattern exists. But I can place features, more features that can make it to have a differential, something that does more than the specific pattern, and it will bring a competitive advantage. In that case, imagine that I am on the field and a device is captured by the enemy forces. That device can be an attacker to my network. So I can have that device in the hands of the enemy, and the enemy can make an attack of connecting services. It is placing a lot of packages in the network to bring down and cause a blackout in order for me not to have the visual imaging of what happens in the field. I can identify that happened. I can prioritize or eliminate that device, identify him by AI without the need to interact of humans, the interaction of humans, and create the slices. I slice the network where I prioritize one user independently from the other, a service independently from the other. But that could not be an attack. It could be just that I had a tactical bubble that is neighbor and it needed to displace itself because of an action on the field. It needed to move completely my neighbor bubble, tactical bubble. Instead of having 3 devices, I have 3,000. How do I do this? I need to manage this. It wasn't foreseen to have 3,000 users in that bubble, and I need to adapt really quickly to the situation. Do you understand that besides the coverage of signal, we need to see all the connectivity part and communications of those devices. I need to foresee the quality of service for those who are the most important in that case. So, in that case, AI acts to identify the attacker because it identified an anomaly in the network. It was not foreseen. That device should not be doing that type of communication, transmission, and the AI itself, incorporated in the network, is going to eliminate that user and re-establish the quality of service that was foreseen, as well as if it's a congestion of a set of users, too much users in the same cell, I can prioritize one service, for instance, of monitoring the health of the troops or the video or other services of aid to have the necessary quality up until the moment that the infrastructure is re-established. Another great advantage, I can have all those cells in a decentralized way, not depending just in a core. If I lose one bubble because of an attack, the remaining tactical bubbles can continue working independently, maintaining the operation in the field intact, to give me time to re-establish communications. Finally, we tested also a platform of exchanging messages using post-quantum algorithms that bring new exchange of keys and new algorithms. Why? Because if I have a quantic attack on this platform of communication, the messages that are being exchanged, they will not be broken, deciphered, and the enemy cannot have his hands, get his hands on the message. So the main message here is the networks need to change, and it's not enough to supply connectivity, just as it says. When it comes to data, they need to be dynamic and adaptable to the different scenarios, possible scenarios that I will be facing in the battlefield, in a civilian operations, for instance, rescue operation and any other operation. This is the most important. Obviously, it's the most abstracted way of presenting. It's not a tank, it's not a missile, it's not a real thing to be seen, but it's an abstract one that is essential for all those technologies that were presented here. Thank you. I thank you all for the opportunity. I leave my thank you note again for the invitation, for the participation. I know time is short, and I invite you all to visit our stand, our everything is there, all the demos are there, and we can explain the doubts you have and enter into details with all of you. Thank you. The next presentation will be done by the Executive Director Origami, Dr. Fernando Santos.
Boa tarde a todos. Vou iniciar a minha apresentação com pequeno resumo do que...
I will start by giving you a summary of what we have been doing.
Ora, muito bem.
As you could see in the video, in Artex 24, the topic was integration of video and data. What is the problem then? And this is something we've been debating yesterday and today when we talk about integration. The existence of so many manufacturers, so many protocols, and the lack of standardization. It's chaos in practice because we have so many different systems and the information coming to command post makes it difficult to interpret what we see. We all know how to transform data into knowledge. If the information is too dispersed, if it's not organized, it becomes more difficult to transform it into knowledge, which could assist us in making proper decisions. We used fixed cameras with normal vision and night vision. We had the ability to study some video analytics, the identification of objects and its categories. We used thermal cameras also with a significant range. We used video analytics that allowed us to see things that weren't possible to see with a normal view. We also used drones that go beyond the scope of a fixed camera and have more and more intelligence. But other colleagues in the panel will also tell you about drones. We tested body cams as well. And the information that's coming to us is complemented with body cams images. But nowadays, a simple smartphone can be used to convey video and sound both ways, having visual information with much more content than just verbal explanation. So its applicability goes beyond this. A mobile phone filming today is so common that nobody even notices anymore. We can be filming something without nobody noticing. And we have this experience of integrating multiple cameras with different protocols. So it's our role to make sure that its contents will arrive to the decision-making points. The first step in the experience was concluded. We have a single point for gathering the videos. And then the second step is to convey the information. So the question is, who needs the information? We'll have analytic tools. And even though cameras have good capacity, central systems sometimes have to be used to process the information so that it's processed with the adequate speed, and because sometimes the databases cannot be transported to the cameras. What we do next is to convey the images and the results of the analytical process being conveyed to all the different stakeholders, all the different actors in need of information. This is the border between video and data. We started with video, we generated data. The cameras are becoming a source of data, not just a source of video. So we want to talk about other types of data that we experimented in our text. Biometrics, perimeter protection data. Perimeter protection is very important for the databases and for internal security as well. A sensor this big is enough for us to understand a higher temperature, a biodegraded environment that may cause problems. And this is very important when we're talking about the powder kegs. So we have to consider GPS. GPS could be the body cam itself, could be the smartphone, it could be coming from other devices mounted on the assets that we have in place, but we can identify all the forces present here, and at the same time we can collect information from the cameras, from the drones that identify enemy forces, and we could present the information on a single screen after gathering the data. This is the final result of what we did through this experiment, a single screen where we've gathered all the information with flags that allow us to make quick decisions. Like I said before, we're talking about different stakeholders within the chain of the decision-making process. The information could be shared throughout the hierarchy with the details that each one of the actors will need. To have access to this information, once again, a mobile phone or a tablet could be enough to receive the critical information. Our contribution is to move from physical confrontation to a knowledge-based confrontation. I represent Origami, a national company with international presence, and it has a core team with an experience of over 25 years. And these 25 years led to the trust of this network, international network of partners. And of course, that was very important when we want to bring added value to the work we do when facing new challenges. Our projects are presenting very good results. We work with critical infrastructures, telecommunications, and our level of expertise makes it possible to work with the expertise of hardware manufacturers, for example, and we bring our know-how to their competences to create the best possible results. We hope that the capabilities that we have contributed with may allow our partners to have the best possible results, and we are present at the stands if you want to know more about our work.
A apresentação seguinte vai ser...
The next presentation will be by UA Vision. Mr. Nuno Simões will give the presentation.
Antes de mais, boa tarde.
First of all, good afternoon, and thank you once again for this opportunity by the Army. I gave a presentation yesterday, so today I will focus on our collaboration with the Army, focusing on unmanned systems. UA Vision is a company with 20 years of experience on research. We are in the defense sector, and nowadays the national market represents 10% of our incoming. We work a lot at a national level still. So UA Vision includes different areas. We started with avionics, with automatic pilots and other types of software. Today we work a lot with data links, the design of airframes and ground control stations, sensors, and also manufacturing, which is quite important for us. Typically, the products we manufacture focus a lot on the unmanned systems and the ecosystem, focused on data links and ground control stations. Today, in electronics, we're not just talking about optoelectronics, but we also have electro-optical turrets, and we have fixed wing drones and other types of drones. Yesterday, I mentioned the helicopter, which weighs 800 kilos, but I'm not going to talk about it today. I'll talk about the national cooperation projects. In the UAV systems, we have a long experience, namely in fixed wing, VTOL, and hybrid systems. In terms of maintenance and sustainability of the product, this is something that we guarantee to our clients in EOC and the support in terms of product maturation. On the other hand, we are used to working with our clients in customization and adaptation of the products. Here, I chose to talk about Ogasa. This is a drone, a workhorse connected to the armed forces. It was produced during a difficult time, during the COVID-19 crisis. There was scarcity, and we were very proud how quickly we were able to manufacture this in only 3 months. And I use these pictures because it's more known in when fighting wildfires, combating wildfires. We work with algorithms, and you have the example of automatic recognition of hot areas so that we can convey the information to helicopters. And this is something we are proud of. Ogasa is used by the 3 branches of the armed forces. We already have 2 squads. 991 integrates elements of the Air Force, the Navy, and the Army. And we would like to highlight the crossing we had 2 or 3 years ago between Portugal in the south, the mainland in the south, and Porto Santo Island. So we do the follow-up of the helicopter, and we convey also the part of information coordination. And this is a civil application that could be transferred for military purposes. This is a real example, a wildfire. It's necessary to say where high temperature spots are located. And this is one of the features of Ogasa in firefighting. It has over 5,000 operational hours. It covers the whole Portuguese territory at least 10 times per year. And it flew more hours than the whole Air Force in 2022. We have operators from all the 3 branches, the Army, the Navy, and the Air Force. So it's extremely operational in real conditions. The Navy has created its own squadron, and maybe this is beyond the scope of what I was talking about. It started by flying 9 hours, but now it's 16. The Navy has had long scope, long range missions. So a Nagasa could go all the way to the north of Africa. The extended range missions of over 400 kilometers. And it has capability to use different airspaces, not only the Portuguese airspace. And I'm not going to bother you with more details. Obviously, for 4 years, we have started developing the VTOL capacity for mission readiness, both at the terrestrial and sea levels. I also talked about the ALANAs. It's an unmanned system that we are dynamizing together with the Army. Like I said today, it's a modular system with different types of pilots that are integrated for different types of mission. I also mentioned the capability of the aircraft. This is a very brief example, hopefully, a video that I wanted to show. It's okay. And finally, I would like to tell you about the data link. UA Vision is very proud of our ability in ERF, and the Zogasa capacities are supported in our own data link, also used by the armed forces, covering the whole national territory, both at the terrestrial and sea levels. This is a system that has Starlink integration. We try to adapt to new situations that are becoming more common, and we keep developing new radar systems. In terms of ground control stations, we have portable systems and the shelters that are manufactured, produced in Portugal, and the equipment that our armed forces and other branches of the armed forces, the different branches are using. Thank you so much.
A apresentação seguinte vai ser realizada.
The next presentation will be from CITEV, Ms. Gilda Santos. Hello, good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank you for this opportunity, for the invitation to represent CITEV, and I will tell you about our presentation in Artex. I will introduce CITEV to you, then I will present a prototype of a CAMSIL 2 project and other projects that we are developing. CITEV is a technological center for the textile and clothing industries of Portugal. We are in Vila Nova de Famalicão, near Oporto, and our focus is quality, compliance, and innovation. Our main activities, of course, we focus a lot on research, technology development and engineering for new products, new projects, a focus on sustainability, bioeconomy and circular economy, as well as digitalization and Industry 4.0. At the same time, we have installed competences in terms of assessment and testing, We have certified labs and a sector dedicated to certification of products and processes. Namely, when you buy a piece of clothing with certification, it means that the tests were carried out and the certificate is issued by CTEV. We are also involved in coaching and training. We have a technological school in place, and also support to international consultancy, innovation, entrepreneurship, and design and fashion intelligence. We are completely market-oriented. We are a technological center. So we build the bridge between the academia, the universities, with fundamental research, and the research that you do, which is more focused and oriented to the industrial sector. So starting with fashion and sports, defense and protection, this is a target, this is the main part of my presentation, as well as mobility and transport, workwear, health and well-being, and architecture and construction, as well as other activities. Textiles are important in what we do, so it makes sense to cover different fields of knowledge. These are images of prototypes that we have designed. We have internal capacity to develop the materials, the structures, and the prototypes. In terms of dyeing, functional finishing, and the workshop where we shape the materials and obtain the final products. In defense, we had this disruptive idea, this initiative, and we provide the support until it gets to the market. So these are some of the projects we've worked on. Now I see our uniforms being worn in the field. These were developed in 2018. It's very gratifying and satisfying to see how the end users are benefiting from our work and how pleased people are with the final product in terms of uniforms. Also ballistics in collaboration with European projects, camouflage, multispectral adaptive camouflage, and smart multifunctional combat system, as well as thermal regulation for the vital signs and the protection. When we have extreme environments, extreme weather conditions, also the existence of mosquitoes that may seem harmless, but as we know, they are not harmless. So textiles have these multifunction and intelligent systems. This is a little bit outdated. We already have over 200 projects. So we decided to test the prototype developed with Innovacams 2. This is a project co-financed by the European Defence Agency, starting in the beginning of 2022, a European project with 7 partners and 6 countries engaged. And our main goal was to analyze and integrate materials and technologies in a textile system that aims at responding to the needs in terms of multispectral adaptive camouflage. We developed 2 different prototypes. One of them was based in LEDs, and the other one was thermochromics based. Those were the 2 architectures that we tested, and they are patented at the exhibition if you want to come, and we'll be happy to present the products to you, and you can even try them out. During the development stage, we had two different moments that were very important in the testing in terms of ergonomics and comfort with servicemen from the army, together with the performance assessment of the camouflage equipment itself. Different environments, sparse forest, dense forest, Mediterranean forest, as well as urban environments, because operation theaters are more and more diversified, as you know. Different positions during day and night in two main positions, standing and kneeling. We tested the camouflage and its development in visible infrared with a close range, medium range, and far range profiles. This was a collaboration with the Army. We have images of testing carried out during the development of our equipment. And these allowed us to analyze what we needed to improve, what adjustments were necessary so that we could optimize the prototypes until we got to the final version. We can see some images of the camouflage signature assessment thanks to partnerships in September, signed in September 2021. And we had the partners in Mafra with us for the rehearsal when we had the prototypes almost ready. What did we test the ECAMS 2 at Artex 24? The test results and the field tests had to be presented. It was very important to have the collaboration and the feedback of the end user, since the design of the prototype until the final product is manufactured. So within the framework of Artex 24, we moved on to the following stage with further tests with other users who had not been engaged in the development part of the prototype. So it was possible for us to test the equipment inside vehicles. This is something we hadn't done before during the testing process, and it was very important for us to get very comprehensive assessment. This prototype is 100% Portuguese, even though it was a result of European cooperation. The materials and the whole development process was Portuguese, and in Artex we used the same methodology. We verified ergonomics and comfort. We got the feedback. Also, was I using combat uniform, or was I using the combat uniform together with the ghillie? What would be the impact? What would be the restrictions in terms of movement? As you can see, it's very reasonable. So it's still optimal. Of course, it changed the movement range. We have 7 testers, 7 people who participated in the testing process. It's a reasonable sample, and the feedback we got was very useful to get to conclusions. And the feedback will now be used in order to still improve the prototype. Simultaneously, we had tests to check the performance in terms of visibility. You can see that the serviceman using this prototype is dissimulated and basically invisible within these forests. We have 2 different situations here: urban environment with visible profile, and then infrared. A short video during the Artex, where we had an area with vehicles and some obstacles, and we used the thermal camera to carry out the assessment. We have regular uniform and then one of the men with our prototype on, and we can see the difference between the two types of uniform. So this gives us an idea, it allows us to compare wearing the uniform alone and the ghillies.
Este é pequeno exemplo dos ensaios.
This is just an example of the tests we conducted. We don't have so much time, so just to give you an idea of the simulation. It's also important to tell you about the possibility to collaborate with other entities. We had cooperation with drones, and drones are a threat nowadays, so it's very important to say what the drone was able to see with or without the ghillies. The first image on the left is the regular uniform and visibility profile, and then on the right side we have the infrared, and you can see the regular uniform and this red circle showing our equipment, our prototype. We still have other projects. I would like to highlight these three. They are financed with the European Fund for Defense. The first one started in September last year. EcoBalLife. EcoBalLife is about materials and processes for ballistics protection. This is our focus for the military and for vehicles, apart from protection against projectiles. And we also have an interesting focus in terms of new threats, a wide range of threats that we want to include in terms of protection. And we are using sustainable systems. We don't have toxic substances anymore. A second project, and this one is very special, across adaptive camouflage for soldiers and vehicles. It's coordinated by Portugal, and we count on the Portuguese Army and the Research Center and Semtex as partners. We have 19 different partners. It's for the development of materials and products for camouflage, multispectral and adaptive camouflage. Like I said, 19 partners from 9 different countries. And the third project is more recent. It started in July this year, Armistice, also within the ambit of EDF. It's a development project, not research project, and it's based on research projects that were conducted beforehand. But we are trying to develop a system for the soldier which incorporates functional and intelligent textiles. And the main goal in the end is to have a system for the soldier which allows for physiological monitoring, thermal regulation, as well as the detection of dangerous agents, and a study of energy distribution and consumption. It also uses geolocation and the detection that is the health of ballistic protection, so that the servicemen and the team leaders know what the situation is in terms of ballistics. And of course, they need a swift response to minimize or avoid entirely using a system which is no longer a protection for them. Thank you so much for your attention. Advanced and digital smart textiles enhance innovation. They're not what they used to be. They're not insignificant because they allow us to have smarter, safer, and faster military performance. So more and more, there's a significant demand in different sectors: transport, mobility, protection, equipment for individual protection, agriculture. It's a wide range of new opportunities that we can explore in terms of new textile materials, with the added challenge of sustainability and protection. Sustainability for the user and for the environment. Thank you very much.
The next presentation will be done by the responsible for operations and electronic department, Beyond Vision, Engineer Pedro Lozano.
Presumo que sim.
Okay, so yesterday, o engenheiro Núzimas was bringing that everybody was waiting for lunch. That's what he said. And today it's my role. So I will try to be brief. Many of the things I have to say, many of them were said yesterday. So I will only focus on the central focus. Beyond Vision is basically a company that was born 10 years ago, but has a group of drones, a core business of the company that was born in 2018, so around 6 years. We work during the pandemic to be able to have, at the end of the pandemic, to have product to sale, and we will launch in the market in 2021, if I'm correct. We are a very recent company. We are trying to be in the market as a company, manufacturer of drones, at this point completely electrical, all of them, electrical propulsion, multi-rotors and hybrids. Here we have an image of the 12 drones that were given to the Navy, delivered to the Navy last year. 6 Hexacopter. They're outside if you want to see them close, up and close. And as we know, they are operational and daily. I'm not going to speak a little bit about, basically these are the people that decide in Beyond Vision, and I'm there. I'm one of the 6 in the operation and electronics, base information, and I will now speak of the products. This is our flag product, Wafel. Despite having a Chinese name or close to Chinese name, the idea was to have an acronymous. This is an hexacopter with 70 minutes of autonomy maximum, for propulsion by 2 batteries, 6 motors, 6 engines with 2 batteries of 30 amperes each. And with these 2 batteries, we can give them 2 important things: autonomy and redundancy. In case one fails, the other can assume control and the drone continues to fly. Our drones also have, all of them, not just 2 batteries, but 2 systems, GPS systems. You can see the 2 horns in the lateral arms, 2 antennas that capture all the constellations, the most important ones for the GPS. And so with this double GNSS, we are able to have 2 or 3 interesting things. We achieve precision. We are speaking of models that receive RTK. They go below 10 centimeters. We achieve redundancy. And a very important thing also, immunity to electromagnetic fields. It's always a problem with drones, gyroscopes and magnetrons. When they are close to electromagnetic fields, they can lose control. And our drone can understand that the sensors are not being effective and based itself in other sensors, double SSM, and they do not lose capabilities in navigation because of that. This is a drone that can take up until 4 kilos of load, maximum weight for takeoff 15 kilos, and so it respects that level, whether it's sensors, a box for transport of small loads, etc. This is our star, current star. Without, we have one outside. We are supplying one to the Army. The Army bought one and will be delivered in the beginning of December. It's not the one outside, but it's a very similar one. This drone was launched in Filo Air Show in London in June. It's a drone. It's a quadcopter with 90 minutes of autonomy. It's extraordinary for a drone of this nature, and can take up until 7 kilos of payload within the limits of volume. It has 2 batteries. It has 2 GNSSs. And at this time, we cannot see them because they're camouflaged, one in front and the other one behind, but it does have it. Is this drone, in opposition to the other one, it's more than 24 volts, and with that we are able to reduce some losses in the currents, working currents of the drone, and we achieve more autonomy. Finally, our third star is VT1. It's a hybrid VTOL that achieves 1-2 kilos of payload. It doesn't seem much, but this type of aircraft is more used for surveillance, and so what it matters is to take a good camera on board. We have military grade cameras that are being sold by us, and we place them, and they can reach with optic zooms can go up into 18 times, and we don't need, we're speaking of cameras that weigh 600 grams, and this completes the payload. These drones can have an autonomy up until 150 minutes. It's completely electric, and the autonomy depends on the meteorological conditions, but it could reach 150 minutes of autonomy, which is extremely good for a drone of these features, and the maximum weight at takeoff is 16 kilos. So all our drones are based on the extreme load at takeoff. The extreme, B extreme, it's a control of assets. It controls not just the drones, but other assets that can be linked to the platform. For instance, if I want a scenario of operations to have fixed cameras, I can connect them to the platform. I can have dynamic observers that are the drones, and static ones that are the cameras, the fixed one. I can control my drones from this platform, and if the drone has connectivity, I can do it even if it's on the other side of the planet. I'm not saying this just by saying it. No, we did that. We were flying here in Lisbon, controlled by Sydney, Dubai, or San Francisco, with latent times of acting, of implementation of 400 milliseconds that is inside the reaction, human reaction time, and the people controlling, they were very pleased with the experience of control. Obviously, the drone needs to have connectivity, that's a prerequisite, but we can control it through the platform in any place in the world if it has internet. I use this for what? Well, this can be used for many things, depending on our needs. This is one of the advantages. We are not just integrator. All these drones were completely developed by Beyond Vision in terms of mechanics, aeronautics, electronics, and not inventing the wheel again. But this was completely developed in-house, and this gives us a great flexibility of adaptation to new situations. So adaptability basically is adapting to any new situation that is needed for a new client, things that goes from monitoring building. We've been having some requests, logistics, transports of small objects, defense. We're focused more on that, given our more and more proximity with several military forces, first the Navy and now the Army. And this, we can use it for every situation. We have a drone that can do the difference, can make the difference. Here, just to add, we've been having some pride. We've been receiving awards. The person, it's our CEO, Dario Pedro. He received the award last year, Best PhD and the Year for his work, Dynamic Collision with Drones. It was delivered by Altice, and we're very proud because it has everything to do with our activity and it has everything to do with our concern and continue to evolve. This I've said a little bit about. I'm not going to speak more about it. These are many projects. This is not complete. Many projects where we're being involved, whether national or European, to continue trying to make more and more and better every day. And I hope I wasn't too boring. Thank you for your attention. The next presentation will be done by the Director of Program, Parasystems of System Combat Systems of BAE. By technical necessity, we may take some seconds because we will have to exchange computers.
Sound check while he's hooking up the computer. Can you all hear me?
Na realidade, o meu nome é Mark.
My name is Mark Countess. My other colleague, David Miller, is in the Estados Unidos, in the United States. So they are the best colleagues. I'm just here to tell you a few words of introduction. Once again, Mark Collins, Vice President by Develop of New Business, International Ones in Bayer Systems. I'm responsible for the Portuguese market, and well, today we will be speaking of a solution of modernization of a platform for a tank, M113, present and all over the world. We are manufacturers, original manufacturers of several vehicles, combat vehicles, and currently we have 3 combat platforms operated by the Portuguese Army. 113, the M109, and the light gun, the air transported, the light gun, 105 millimeters. And I will pass the floor to Andrew and David. As I was telling you, now the intelligent part will start. I will pass on my cause.
Hear the truly interesting and intelligent part of our presentation. So, gentlemen, over to you.
I hate to let them down. Good afternoon. Okay. My name is Andrew Rosenfield. I'm the program director for Future Tech Works, which is a group at BAE Systems US that focuses on vehicle electrification as well as autonomy and robotics. And I'd like to present a program to help with the M113 obsolescence of their drivetrain components, but also to add a number of capabilities, more power, be able to take more weight, that's armor and weapons, and a fully drive-by-wire system so that you can also add autonomy when you decide you'd like to do that. So can you play the video? Is that possible?
Just one moment, if you would. Andrew, can you see the video?
I cannot, but that's okay.
Okay. Andrew, we're slightly rejiggering the connection to the computer to show the video.
Wouldn't be a good presentation without some IT issues.
Yes. Okay. Video não tem áudio. Yeah, mas não tem áudio. Yeah. Sure. As the famous actor Woody Allen once said, 90% of success in life is just showing up. I believe the other 10% is ensuring that your information technology works. So I appreciate your patience. We appreciate your patience. Okay. Só está mostrando a apresentação aqui, né? Okay. Okay. Andrew, we may revert to the presentation itself, since the video is not appearing on the main screen.
Sorry, Dave, would you like to try to run the video through the link? Can you guys see like our images?
Andrew, we are seeing the overhead view of the vehicle and its components in the PowerPoint presentation.
Okay. All right, so you'd like to be on the one slide up from that?
Sure, one moment, please. Vamos desligar o vídeo. Vamos voltar para a apresentação. While we are sorting the IT issue, and again, thank you very much for your patience, what you will hear Andrew and David highlight is that our hybrid electric drive solution for the M113 accomplishes several objectives. And we're having these conversations with M113 operators around the world. Hybrid electric drive for an M113 radically improves the vehicle's performance in terms of mobility and onboard power, which for the operator translates into greater mission capability and new mission roles. It additionally resolves any obsolescence issues that the vehicle faces. And Andrew, we have the video running now, so please feel free to comment. You know the video well.
Right, so I think if you're at the first phase, first vignette, it's showing the parts that come out of the vehicle and the new parts that go in. We're very focused on not changing the structure of the M113. There'll be some bracketry, obviously, but we're keeping all of the mobility things in the engine bay. The only thing that will come out and be out is the optional battery. As you can see, with the greater power, you can put more weight on the vehicle. And for us, that means armor. We're looking at STANAG 2, 3, and 4 is what we're targeting. 4 might be a little tough in some areas, but I think it's possible for some other areas. The system, even with the additional weight, will out-accelerate a 113. I think top speeds are very similar because your top speed is really governed by your track, not so much just the power of your system. But once you're creating all of this power, because 100% of the power is electrical created by the generator, genset, you then can offload the power and export it. You can export it to the vehicle. In other words, a mission package, some sort of a directed energy weapon or so, or high power microwave, but you can also export it outboard to a forward operating base, a hospital, any other areas. And these systems can generate hundreds of kilowatts. So they could power a hospital or a small hospital and certainly a lot of equipment at a base. And that just comes as part of the architecture. Are we at the part where it's the soldier has gotten out of the vehicle?
Yes.
So it is inherently a drive-by-wire system. No kit is needed. So the driver can drive the vehicle normally. He then can flip a switch and get out of the vehicle, and you could drive it remotely. And with the addition of autonomy, and we do have some solutions in that space, but really you would be able to pick your own solution. We would absolutely publish the ICD, and you would be able to integrate, and we were certainly happy to help you integrate autonomy onto the system. And I think that's got a lot of value in logistics as well as combat engineering, mine clearing, and clearing a breach.
Thank you, Andrew. We're at the end of the video. And if I may emphasize one point that Andrew made as we return to our slides, we recognize that many international customers have in mind their M113s becoming remotely operated or even autonomous platforms in the future on the battlefield. And that is why our solution, as it exists now, and it is a completely proven commercial off-the-shelf solution, is already wired digitally to be operated remotely, and it's also ready to receive the remaining elements of the autonomy solution that you may desire. You identify the sensors, you identify other elements, and we can work together and integrate those into the digital backbone the system already has to provide you the fully autonomous solution that you desire as well. Andrew, we have up the slide, which is the top view of the vehicle, if you'd like to speak to that for a brief moment.
Yeah, so this just sort of goes over the view. The system is designed to work on A0 through A3. The system has, you can see the major components, and the only thing I'd like to point out is the only area where we move into the crew area is on the optional battery pack, and then a battery pack needs a thermal management system for it to operate, at least today, until the batteries get more resistant to heat. So if you didn't have the battery pack and you got into the back of the 113, you would not notice that it had been upgraded. The giveaway would be the controls. We're doing away with the lever system, and we're adding in electronic controls where the driver has yokes for throttle and steering. We can do either yoke, different like a fighter jet where you have 2 yokes, or we can do like a standard A3 where you simply have a steering wheel yoke. Either one is acceptable. We've kind of designed it around the 2 yokes because a lot of the A0 through A2s have the lever solution. Next slide, please.
Certainly, and actually, Andrew, we are seeing your video feed as we speak at this point. Okay, now we're on the slide regarding the developments and the low risk of the solution.
Right, and I think the most important part on this slide is that none of these pictures are CAD cartoons. 100% of them are hardware that exists today. We are not developing any hardware for this program. We are buying hardware, we are integrating it, writing the software to tie it all together. We have multiple hybrid electric drive programs where we've done that. Our robotic vehicle is based off of a 113 using a very similar electrical drive system as this one. So you can see that the development is very, very low risk. We're using a lot of commercial parts, heavy industrial commercial parts. They are quite reliable. They're designed not to fail, to be bounced around, to endure, high heat and cold temperatures. And we think that is a cost-effective way going forward, given the amount of technology development and electrification in the commercial industry. So buses, trucks, construction equipment, that's the sort of equipment that we're using for the program. Next slide, please.
So briefly, before passing the microphone back to Andrew, on the subject of participating with national industry, collaborating with national industry, which we recognize as a requirement everywhere, we in BAE sometimes informally use the term offset, even though we know that that is not an accurate description of a given customer's national policy. There's no offset in the European Union anymore. However, collaborating closely with national industry, we know is a priority of yours, and we do that, and we are very willing to do that here in Portugal. So, Andrew, please.
Yeah, thank you for explaining that. So we've sort of designed this program from the start to take advantage of local depots and local industry. For delivering a first prototype, we recommend that it be done in the US, and that is only to reduce the cost and the schedule. It can be done in country, but we would have to bring people over, and it would add some schedule to the program. But for sure, and the same with the battery pack. We recommend using one of our battery packs because they're developed for the first demonstration. However, after that, we intend to look for a local partner to develop the battery pack, transfer that technology to that developer, and work with them to integrate the pack into the system. What we're talking about is a demonstration. Followed that would be, of course, what we call an EMD program, a maturation of the vehicles to qualify them to your standards. We fully expect that will not only be run by the Portuguese MOD, but it will take place in Portugal at your preferred site, and we would support it with engineering support. And then in production, we do not expect at any point to be building these in the US. We expect these to be built either at a depot or, again, an industry partner, and BAE Systems would support the integration of your chosen weapon systems, your chosen autonomy pack if you decide, and your chosen armor supplier. So really, we look at this as a way of keeping the 113 more than relevant going forward. It is one of the most mobile platforms in the world. We're going to improve on that. And we look forward to truly partnering with the Portuguese MOD as we go forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andrew. And I would just add on the last note, one other way in which we collaborate with local industry everywhere for the M113 platform are on the other vehicle elements, what I'll casually call the less sexy elements of the vehicle, like track, torsion bars for the suspension, etc. Those are obsolescence issues that we're happy to address as well. So I hope our unique IT arrangement here provided some additional variety for us today, and thank you for your flexibility, and obrigado pela atenção e obrigado pela oportunidade.
Thank you for your attention and opportunity.
Apresentação seguinte.
The next presentation will be done by the Program Director for Combat Systems, Mr. Mark Damaso. Good morning. I think you're all hungry and tired. I'm so sorry. I will be fast. As I said, I'm Mark Damaso, and I speak for the Ghost Hood Company of Camouflage. I am the head of business development for Latin America and Switzerland, and I'll be speaking today in English. I'm so sorry, it's easier for me and quicker. Thank you.
Topic talk about camouflaging in the transparent battlefield. So our mission, Ghost Hood Company, is camouflage. We are specialists in camouflage. It's our in-heart work. We are a veteran-owned company. We have several military people with a long experience in the business development. So I like to say it's from soldiers to soldiers, our products. We make camouflage products for individual protection, for vehicles, or for objects like camouflage nets, etc. Our company, so like I say, our veteran-owned, and for our CEO, actually, camouflage is a hobby. So it's important. He developed a camouflage pattern that was patented in 2018, actually, patented, and ConCamo is called. I come back to that. And in 2019 is Ghost Hood. It's a small company, but we had several success lately, not lastly because of the conflict in Ukraine, actually. So I just want to go fast about some recent successes, and then I go more about the products. So the first one is what we call the firing position. On the left, it's a solution for anti-tank guided missile to protect the team before he shoots and while the missile is flying. So not just before shooting, but also during the firing process, or during the flight process, let's call it. We also sell that for a 40 millimeter automatic weapon. Again, it protects the team while they're not shooting. The second big success, we are part of a project for Rheinmetall, ACS, where they sold 3,500 vehicles to the German and Dutch airborne forces with this Caracal, so-called Caracal, and we are providing the mobile ghillie that you see here in green, like you see it here, but also in white, snow camouflage. And the last one I present here is we just sold 1,100 so-called multi-cover to the German army, amongst others, but this one is published, so we can talk about it. And the German army had a big task force drones with a lot of solutions, and one of the solutions they pushed, and they decided to directly buy 1,100 multi-cover to send to the brigade that goes now to Latvia, or Lithuania, not sure anymore, but to the Eastern Front, let's call it like that. So that's a big success at the moment. So the threat, I think we don't have to talk a lot. You saw so many presentations about drones today and yesterday. We talked so much about drones, and we know the drone threat in Ukraine is huge. But anyway, we talk about transparent battlefield. It's not only the reconnaissance elements, also electromagnetic, etc. But here we talk more about the drones. What I'd like to remind, though, is that a lot of drones don't have thermal cameras in Ukraine. The thermal camera is a very expensive piece of kit. You cannot make cheap drone anymore with that. So a lot of drones are also without camera. Just to emphasize that not only the thermal camouflage is important, but also the visual camouflage is important. So we try to go with new solutions. I think we'll find, if you look a bit in our products, we don't sell the same solutions like others. We try to, again, from soldiers to soldiers. Even if the first look, it could be look the same. I talked about ConCamo. So we have a patented camouflage pattern. We have a lot of layers in this camouflage That's generation 2. We are finishing generation 3 now. And we trick the views, basically. Okay. We can discuss long about camouflage. I just want to say here we have actually a very efficient camouflage that we use in our products. We have 3 color standard. We have green, brown, and beige. We will come in the next year with a new color, the urban. And we also have white camouflage that is not a pattern. So I say we have 3 things: personal, vehicles, and objects. The pictures are real. That's maybe the first thing I would like to say. They are real pictures. We write also on our catalog, we don't cheat. Of course, we'll probably not publish the worst pictures that we have, but anybody who knows camouflage and thermal camouflage knows that I can have good days or bad days. And not because the product is bad or that, but if we have sun outside and the guys on the sun, the suit will warm up. So it will not be the heat from the guy, it will be the heat from the suit. If it rains, good. So anyway, but the pictures are real. And you see here, on the left, no, it doesn't work. On the left, you see our ghillie suit. On the middle, you see a multicolor on the left. On the top right is an image near camouflage. Because again, we talk multispectral. For us, multispectral, I came across that a lot of people, when I say multispectral, they think I'm talking about thermal infrared. But no, multispectral is multispectral. It's multi. So it begins with visual, and that's important for us, visual. And then we go to ultraviolet, near, sphere, long wave infrared, medium wave, long wave, etc. It's all the band. Okay? And for those who know a bit, you know that like for white camouflage is way unlikely the other camouflage. It's completely different when you have the snow. Then you need reflection. Because mostly when you have a camouflage in the white, generally it appears then matte in contrast to the terrain that is a bit shiny. Anyway, so that's personal camouflage. You have 3 core products that are here. If you are interested, we have a booth. I have a booth there. I have some of the products here. You can come for more information. Then we do vehicle camouflage, and we do vehicle ghillie, or mobile ghillie, we call it. So again, it's another solution, different solution than what you see generally. For the camouflage of vehicles. I saw you before, we sold that to the German army with the Caracal. We have 3 products here. The first 2 look the same. The main difference is that it's reversible. So actually you could have a green and brown, or brown beige, green beige, etc. colors, and you can turn the pieces and put it the other way. So you can very rapidly in the field change the color. You can also make mix, that's also interesting. You can make the front green and the back brown, for instance, etc. So you can adapt the camouflage to the terrain. And then we have a version light that you see on the left that is more for open terrains like desert, etc. This is some images here from thermal, and again, the one down on the right is near infrared. Objects, we have camouflage nets. We have 2 types of camouflage nets. We have a so-called ultralight. That's a 90 grams per square meter product, so it's quite light. I can give you a camouflage net in a size of 8 by 6 meters, so standard size, 8 by 6, in a bag about this size with 6 kilo. It will not perform as good as the big one, but it has advantage. And the second thing I would like to emphasize here, and that's really, I think, a bit, not unique, but it's quite important. There are some other companies who can do the same. But it doesn't snag. It doesn't catch, it doesn't snag. So I can take a camouflage net like you see on the left there. There are 2, but on the left, I can put that over a special force vehicle with a 50 cal machine gun, with antennas, with all the, what is on these vehicles anyway, and I can remove it by myself. I just pull it down, no problem. So it allows me to decamouflage or camouflage a vehicle very rapidly and with few people. And for those who have a bit experience in that, they also know that when you're in a forest or like that and you take camouflage net down, what happens? You have all the shit that was on the ground in the camouflage net. And you take that all with you also. All the branches, the leaves, etc. So here will not happen. Nothing will come with you, just a camouflage net. What you also see on our camouflage net, you see a bit on the left, is that we have like contrast bands. Contrast band is, again, we are cheating the nature. In this picture you don't see it because it's way near, but if you have a contrast band in the background, you have a tree, the eye will think that the contrast band is the tree. It will make like an automatic prolongation. So it's not technology, it's brain work. So that helps a lot, but also in the thermal, it will help to camouflage, because a camouflage net in the thermal will always be flat. It's like a flat surface. So the contrast band, you put some lines inside that will break the flat. Just to go back to this one, although this picture is not so good, but you see that on the vehicle there is a pattern, not a pattern, we call that. It's not flat image. That's also important for the camouflage in thermal. And we also camouflage objects, small objects like radars, etc. We can do different things. Last one, firing position, as I said before. The firing position was made for the Spike. We had a presentation of Spike this morning for the Spike anti-tank guided missile. Like I said before, it allows you to this window to track the vehicle. So you are camouflaged behind this, this camouflage net, and you can track the vehicle. You can make target acquisition with your thermal or day camera. And when you need to fire, you can open the window rapidly and shortly, because you fire the missile, you close the window, and then you can continue to track the missile, respectively to correct the flight in cover completely. So you heard the Spike, and I don't know if you heard today, but like the Spike, you can shoot at short distance with direct target acquisition, but at long distance, you have to fire somewhere. You have to fire forward, and you have to wait that the missile is a bit further to be able to acquire the target because of the distance. So this one you can do from the position. We improved the system, or now is also in interest for reconnaissance units, especially if they have small vehicles like quads, etc., because they can use that as a cover behind a quad, for instance, or in front of a quad. And an observation post, we put some small windows also in the system that you can use with cameras or JTAC, laser or snipers, etc. So a very versatile product and very practical, actually. Yes, so I finished. I didn't pass my 15 minutes. Did I get the presentations, by the way? Did they get the presentations? Yes. Afterwards? Okay. Anyway, as I put here, our representative in Portugal is called Defense here. And if you have questions, don't hesitate to contact us. Thank you.
We will now have the last presentation of the morning. The next one will be done by the Engineer Director of YID, Engineer Nuno Cordeiro.
Espero que sim. Como se diz, guardamos o melhor.
We saved the best for last.
Pela oportunidade de participar.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity about the contribution of EID for 40 years now in this area of defense, our contribution for the technological modernization of the Army. 40 years spent innovating. This is a long time. It means that EID has a lot of products and solutions in its portfolio. We're not going to talk about all of them, but EID is a company with the ability to develop hardware, software, with a very strong component in system engineering. Everything that has to do with the integration of smaller systems and complex naval platforms. We have the know-how and the capacity. We have our product family here. Intercommunication system, soldier system, radios, multi-band systems, different types of devices and accessories. and our integrated communication systems for naval solutions, integrating our own EID solutions as well as our partners' products. A very strong component in military messaging services according to NATO standards, and integration and specific projects in the field of defense. I'm not going to get into much detail, but we have over 35 armed forces worldwide as our clients. This is our footprint. 60% of everything we do is exports. Obviously, to innovate forces us to invest a lot, so EID is investing in our own solutions, and this is the result of all the products we have to offer for the market of defense. This is our area, 5,000 square meters of production area, and we have all these quality certifications that you can see here to respond to the demand in terms of defense. This slide is a bit generic, in line with what my colleagues have presented before. NATO launches the challenge, not only a challenge, but an intention for 2030, a new operational method which should be in force in all the NATO countries. And this obviously means to integrate all the different domains. EID is already putting all of these in place in our daily work. And this slide is to show that we have tailored solutions according to the NATO standards. We develop smaller dimension solutions to larger dimensions in terms of security, resilience, and national sovereignty. These are our main drivers within EID for all our projects. There's a complement in terms of innovation and the topic of this lecture. And I would like to tell you about our latest innovation projects. This is like a soldier system, fighting system. It's already in its final stages, and it has been tested according to different tactical environments with army exercises and also NATO standards. It's a very compact solution according to all the NATO standards. We have visited a lot of interoperability spaces within NATO. A simple solution with a very good feedback from other armed forces, letting us know that it's a very compact solution, but it still displays the same type of performance. We have waveforms that allow for data and voice at the same time, with different frequencies and national and international encryption according to NATO standards once more. This is our intercommunication tactical intercom system designed specifically for military vehicles. And the idea behind this solution throughout our life and according to the standards of our other products and our portfolio in general, the new system has brought change. It no longer has a central component, it's completely distributed without the need for a central system. And we tested the system thoroughly within the army. It's a very compact system also, in line with NATO standards, NGBA. It is designed according to those international standards, allowing for an integration of numerous devices, legacy radios or other gateways, even non-IP radios, because the device may convert any device which is connected to it in an IP gateway to share the location in the battlefield, which has already been mentioned here also. So we understand that this product can be used in other applications also. And we accepted the challenge to create this product to solve problems. So we have a portable box integrating the same type of equipment containing some more components to guarantee portability within different networks. We have the CRASP network included, as well as technical intercom system with 5G bubbles, with everyone conveying voice, data, with using the same solution. Golfinho or dolphin exercise was also a challenge that we took over to make sure that in the Madeira island, and according to its typology, we could convey information where we don't have the systems already implemented. We accepted the challenge, we went there to test it, and we succeeded because using the means available in the army, we had communications in remote areas, not just voice, but voice and data. There's another interesting element, which is still a prototype. Once again, because we want to be a driver of innovation, we worked in cooperation with the Army and Sinamil for a combat system. We need to recharge the batteries in the soldier system and connect it to the other systems inside the vehicle. So this is a vehicle integrator system, a dismounted soldier system vehicle integration with the implementation of this device. In the meantime, in terms of operational requirements, we understood that the Army had this need, and that's why we created a prototype together with Sinamil using our own tactical system. Because we had no other solutions aligned with NATO standards, this solution was converted into a smaller box, transformed from a big box to a smaller one, and this is the stage we're at right now, with the possibility to integrate the soldier systems with voice, data, and energy to vehicle platforms. There's another very important project for the Army, the Tactical Deployable Communication and Information Systems, TDCIS. EID participated in a very competitive tender and was selected to supply this project. I cannot get into a lot of detail here, but this solution provides a multinational environment with a common operational picture, allowing for collaborative work among the different countries involved, because each country has their own solutions. So these could become a problem, but NATO is trying to overcome, to tackle this problem. And we have to comply with a set of standards to make it possible in a federated mission networking. It has a common vision of the operation theater, collaborative work, exchange of information, and standard protocols. The idea behind this project has shelters, communication shelters, in its foundation, and then they get different capabilities depending on the specific needs. Basically, we have 5 larger groups: network management, network security, and then a nodal, an axis that has to do with a connection to support operations with satellite, and a local network for companies and battalions, and at a tactical level, the mobile users. So this is something which is necessary to integrate the vehicles and all the other solutions that have been discussed here with the strategic defense network. The idea is that we cannot rest on our laurels. We have to work in different areas, namely artificial intelligence. We have worked once more with our own funding, trying to improve our own products that are already being used by our clients, but also new ones. We have communication solutions for unmanned vehicles, and for the soldier fighting system, this is the basic product that can be customized, it could be improved, and we have a project with the Army and Sinamil that has to do with augmented reality. And we are also considering other projects within EID that have to do with the use of sensors. So this is only possible if we can validate these solutions at an operational level in line with NATO standards. This is the 4th time that we are participating in this type of project with NATO. We have different CRESP events, the National Security Network. We have the International Youth Event in Portugal with the Network of Defense, Exercise Dolphin, and the testing exercises that were already presented. Artex is still a driver for technological experimenting to make sure that what we do is well done. Like I said before, my contact is not on the slide, but we have our own stand in the exhibition. Please feel free to come and talk to us. It will be a pleasure to give you more information if you like. We're all hungry by now, so I try to be as short as possible, as brief as possible in my presentation. Thank you.
Seguida, convidam-se todos.
You are now invited for lunch on the 4th floor. We'll be back at 3 p.m. to talk about the transformation of the Army, the role of innovation, research, experimenting, and simulation. I enjoy a good lunch. See you soon.
Só está a passar aqui só. Pois é, isso é não, ele depois quando chegar ali, o senhor quando chegar ali, ele liga.
Não tens aí ninguém? Estás a agir?
Melhor não mexer.
Reverteste? Sim, o Sr. António já aí vem também. É. Ai, não desligaram o seu?
Não,
porque
ver,
eles costumam desligar
posso
e meter...
ver aqui a parte do... Enquanto estamos à espera?
Podes fazer,
Só para ver aqui se está tudo certinho.
Faltam 3 minutos, mas...
Ver se está tudo...
Isso aí tudo já compilado, o senhor já pôs tudo. A questão é passar, é o homem colocar aí o micro e eu conseguir passar o slide.
Devagarinho nas teclas.
Isto é um PC de infantaria.
É. Sim, Sr. António. Com certeza. Obrigado.
Modeling. Simulation.
Quem precisa de cá estar, o coronel está cá.
Já está há muito tempo.
Sente.
Pronto, Silva, põe então na apresentação para ver se conseguimos.
O slide da NATO ficou nas conclusões. É isso. Não é o último da relevância.
Agora é que vamos ver. eu só quero saber se consigo passar.
Ele passa, o meu coronel, ele está a passar aqui. O meu coronel está a passar e ele passa aqui.
Pois, o problema é transferir agora para ali para...
Sim, eles mal chegam da regi e eles fazem logo a comutação. Não, já deu.
Sim, sim.
É para as 15, é para as 15. Estamos mesmo...
É para agora.
Estamos a aguardar só que as pessoas desçam do almoço. Obrigado.
Olá, Paulo.
Está, é só pôr a projeção do computador para a tela. E o António meter os micros. Ah, é? Pode ser? Então pronto.
E só ver aqui o púlpito também.
Se esquece. Eu hoje queria dormir um bocado, mas já estou a ver que vai ser batatas.
Sair uma, entrar noutra.
Amanhã vou ficar off. Amanhã desligo a ficha e...
Amanhã eu vou pedir ao nosso coronel para mim embora. Que eu sexta precisava de arrumar, vou trocar de casa e precisava de arrumar coisas e casos. Se tem os pés, pá.
É como a mim. Doritos, ontem tinha os dedos brancos.
Ai?
Transpirar, a transpirar um bocadinho dos pés. Tinha os dedos brancos e doritos. E hoje continua. Muito bem. Portanto. Dá para ter dois ponteiros ligados ao mesmo tempo? E passam ambos?
Quer tentar?
Já está. O nosso coronel tem o dele ligado e passou. E eu agora tenho o meu ligado e estou a passar a mesma.
Dizer o quantos quiser.
Ai, boa tasca o coronel. Isto agora de tarde também vai ser duro.
Que a gente nunca consegue ausentar-se daqui muito.
Diz?
Ainda não está a transmitir aqui.
É lá só o meu coronel. Aqui já está. Se repararmos, já está. Eles é só trocarem ali a source. Que eles quando fazem aquelas, quando nós estamos aqui a mexer, para não se ver ali, eles trocam para outro computador.
Okay.
E agora está
nesta fase.
Sério? Posso pegar?
Podem pegar uma, põe isso numa meio só. Ok? Pode ser? Sim.
Aqui?
Aí, atrás. Não, mais atrás, no cantinho.
Se quiser pôr aqui dentro.
Mas não precisa ter aqui.
Tá? É depois sai na fotografia. Não, aí não. Uma coisa, vejam se isto sai na transmissão.
Colocado, não testado. Agora sim. Ora, muito boa tarde. Teste de som. À melhor atenção dos senhores orientantes que vão desenvolver trabalhos nesta área de inovação. Exatamente. Ora, vamos lá ver se está tudo a funcionar. Aí está. Impecável. Impecável. Aí está. Está pronto.
Este está ligado?
Este não.
Som, este está. Ok, está.
Meu coronel.
please. Wait a moment, please.
Connell, não, engenheiro Connell. Primeiro a arma e depois o posto.
Eu já tinha ido ao Pop uma vez. Não. É só porque...
Fácil. O general ainda não chegou. Isto vai dar bola outra vez hoje.
Channel 2, channel 2. Can you hear us? English channel. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Tá? Queres que eu passe para outro canal?
Nós não falamos noutro canal.
Não sei.
vai dar sin.
We will start this afternoon with the talks associated to the transforming the Army, the role of innovation in research, experimentation and simulation. The first talk is regarding the subject of innovation, and the speaker will be the head of Division Innovation and Doctrine of the Portuguese Army, Colonel Pedro Cruz.
Vossa Excelência Major Vice-Chefe de Estado do Exército.
Good afternoon. I have the privilege of leading the Innovation, Doctrine and Innovation Division of the Portuguese Army, and to talk about the way the Army sees innovation. This is what I am going to discuss, to see the vision that we have, who we are, what we do, to make sure that transformation and the future are prepared today. And then we'll have some final considerations. The vision of the Army is based on its historical legacy, our responsibility to honor the legacy and guarantee readiness. In these dimensions, we will highlight what we are doing in terms of innovation and modernization, talking about the human potential, national and international cooperation, and what we are specifically doing. The mission of the Portuguese Army is, above all, to guarantee military defense of our country, integrated with the different branches, with the Navy and the Air Force. Also, work for the collective defense and cooperative security, including protection and well-being of the population in general, as well as safeguarding our national heritage. The innovation ecosystem means that the Army has prioritized doing things in a way that increases efficacy and efficiency. And in order for that to happen, we have an excellence research center as well as development center within the military academy, and we will focus specifically on these 4 initial points. Why? Because this is the governance model for innovation in the Army. It's divided in 3 different levels. Strategic level, where we have Doctrine and Innovation Division, which is transversal to all the other levels in terms of technological readiness. Technological Readiness Level, TRL. And then at an operational level, we have CINAMIL, the Center for Research, Development and Innovation of the Military Academy, which has been working for over 2 decades in this area of developing knowledge, and the CEMTEX, Technological Development Center of the Army. At a technical level, we have CCTSC for Tactical Training, Simulation and Certification, allowing us to have strategic alignment for innovation in the Army. It's regularly renewed so that there's a true articulation between these different levels, and that's the reason why we have the meetings for the modernization of the Army. These are the core areas where the Army partnership towards innovation with the academia, the universities, polytechnic institutes, and research centers, and the industry in general. From robotics and autonomous systems to vehicles and equipment, including information and electronic war systems, geospatial information, explosions and ballistics, biological and chemical, human factors, and medicine. Also mentioned yesterday when talking about human operational performance. The Army Technological Experimentation Exercise, ARTEX, has already been mentioned many times during this event. It means that it is involved in throughout the whole process, developing terrestrial forces, the capacity of the terrestrial forces, also the exchange of knowledge and the promotion of the qualification of the Army. Namely, Army tested, the seal by the Army, combat proven, also a seal by the Army in operational theaters. These are certifications issued by the Army. And this program is conducted with EDV Portugal Defence. The innovation strategy of the Army from October 2022 has resulted in a directive from the Chief of Defence Staff, the Vice Chief of Defence Staff, issued in November this year, assigning technological and non-technological priorities. We have 8 identified priorities. Most of them have been developed here, from robotics and autonomous systems to human capacitation, cybersecurity, terrestrial precision, energy, and its importance also for the soldiers, and the added value in cognitive and sensorial capabilities, also satellites and communications through space, and strategic facilitators, just like infrastructure protection, critical infrastructure protection. The Army has done a lot in terms of innovation, and it organizes events in order to do that, including this one, which is already going through its 3rd edition. There's a culture of innovation, and for that we have a contest for ideas. We had it last year and again this year to encourage the new generations to participate in the process of looking for solutions that optimize the needs of the Army and respond to those specific needs. These different events, the first and the last one, were conducted during the celebration of the Day of the Portuguese Army. The Army was presented as a world of opportunities for the industry of defense, and represented innovation and technological development instruments. And we have internal members of the Army who take part in this process of identifying the specific needs in terms of innovation, research and development. These are the main research and development projects, namely Cinemil with robotics and autonomous system, and artificial intelligence, which is everywhere these days, as well as big data, virtual reality and augmented reality, with all the sensors also connected through a network, and safe communication systems. training is crucial, like we saw during this event, considering the costs for the operation of weapons. We have a training for modulation as a facilitator, using immersive technologies and exploring information through satellite, namely the center of geospatial information of the Army, playing a very important role, and as well as computation on the cloud. And certification to make sure that the operational readiness is in place. This is one of the purposes of our trainings. And we count on the Center for Experimentation and Technological Modernization, as well as the Center for Technical Capacitation, Simulation and Certification. This is the double role of the certification for operational readiness, so that it's possible to develop and test new techniques, tactics and equipments, incorporating the lessons learned during these training workshops to tackle our challenges and face our specific needs with new disruptive ideas, and also tackle new and old threats. We wish to have a transformation of the Army through innovation, so that our operational readiness and preparation for combat is highlighted in the fulfillment of our mission. And this is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Vamos proceder.
We will continue. We will deliver now the souvenir by Sankfa.
A palestra seguinte.
The next presentation regards the subjects in research, and the speaker will be the head, Professor Thomas Gás, head of the research team at the Military Academy here in Portugal, here in Lisbon. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the invitation. Just to clarify, I'm not the director or the head. The director is Colonel Machado. He's not able to be here. He has the pleasure of dealing with bureaucratic. I am the scientific coordinator, so my part is the most interesting one. Science. Scientific coordinator. So CINAMIL, what it is, it's the research center of the Military Academy. The Military Academy is the training center for the future officers of the Army and GNR. So it is a facility of the Army and GNR police force. So we are now focused today in the Army. The Military Academy is an institution with over 100 years. 1661 was the date of birth. It's been having many names, but it's an institution with well known. Within the Military Academy, we have CINAMIL, more than 20 years ago as a research center of the military academy. In 2001, it was a project, a simple project of a restricted group of professors in the military academy with a view to university view. It's been growing. In 2007, they started participating in projects within the military academy with Sinamil. In 2012, the modification on the army made Sinamil to become research, development and innovation. In 2016, we started with the first international project of management through Sinamil. 2020, 2021, we started having patents and internships. We have since then have them, and the legislative part as well for this ends. In 2022, it was created, that I will speak now, SAMTAX and CCTSC, and the creation of the Army Innovation Ecosystem. It's a great change, a sign of growth and within the Army for research and development. With the creation of the ecosystem, what is the ecosystem? First of all, it's been clarified. I will reinforce quickly this point. And then two more questions. What is the role of Sinamil? And what are the projects that we have currently and will have in the future? The ecosystem has this great number of partners or entities participating inside the Army, the sign of importance that the Army does give to development and research. We have these main four entities, Sinamil, SAMTAX, CCTSC, and DID. And now, what is our role? Our role in this, we have several types of information. On the upper part, we have the academy, then collaboration, industry, the transition between academy, non-technology or base technology, up until the end part happens to be implementation or implantation of the final product. Sinamil has projects and work from the non-technological area, because the military academy has evolved scientific areas with military application, not just engineering, but leadership of military operations and other ends. But also we have a level of technology that starting by the base part, the university part, up until the end. Sinamil is, where is it? It's here. As you can see, Sinamil is located in the non-technological areas and technology levels 1 to 3, the university part. But we continue with less intensity and not as the main entity, as a very active to the most high levels. We collaborate with SAMTAX and with CCTSC. This is our framework in the ecosystem, from training of base training, university training, and with these connections with the other entities. The projects we have of development and research. I will start with the novelties. We have new projects being prepared. They have been submitted already. These three projects, Horizon 3, 2 EDF projects, 5 projects submitted through Sinamil to supply Brussels directly, and 3 projects EDA more through Brussels, but with financing authorized by DGF. So 3 new projects. These 8 projects will join the 29 other projects active that we have here. On the left side, we have a list of the areas where we had projects: ballistics, command and control, augmented reality, virtual reality, unmanned vehicles, we speak about drones and the land ones, cyber, camouflage, management of crisis, infrastructures, leadership, nuclear, radiological, chemical history, human resources, and health with military applications. A great number of projects, but as is clear from the table, with a great weight in the part of technology, and technologies applied directly to military applications. These projects are financed by whom? 29 with direct finance by the Army. Every year the Army has sale to finance projects submitted by Sinamil, projects that are at the scale of projects FCT or international. These projects are small, but they are ideal to do a proof of evidence of concept, or to test an idea or gain a little bit experience in a certain area. Afterwards, from these projects, these small projects from the Army, we go to bigger projects. In this table, we have 1 from FCT and 8 from financing through Europe, where we have EDA, FDS, and Horizon, and 1 project from NATO. These bigger projects, many times they use knowledge, contacts that we already obtained through the smaller projects, the 29 projects financed by the Army. We are very grateful for the Army to support them, but we feel that there's a great comeback to the Army in terms of knowledge. A few examples or key areas of model soldier. It's a phrase that appears repeatedly, and it has lots of implications, ideas, many aspects that need to be worked or could be worked. There's our advantages of command and control, communication, vision. But with all this electronic equipment, there's a cost associated. They have weightier. The soldier today has a lot more weight than 300 years ago. Uniforms, protection, camouflage are areas that are crucial, and they are still being developed. Here we have a project, a small one, financed by the Army, control system in augmented reality to the issues of command and control. I could present 29 projects in this way, but I don't think it would be too interesting to see 29 pages like that, so I will advance to another project. It's production of energy from the soldier, reducing the weight the soldier needs to carry. Elite 2, it's a project, exoskeleton. It's a project that has proven a patent. It's like the other ones, are always made in collaboration with the partners of the industry or academy. And we have a project in support to maintenance. It's not just the soldier that needs our support, but also the maintenance. Additive manufacture has its own applications, projects in being developed, in this case with a military clear application that was already tested in environment, in real military environment. Finally, protections and be key, and uniforms and camouflage. This is the final idea of Sinamil. This is a set of presentation that you might have seen outside. And here we have 5 projects, international projects, connected with this concept: uniforms, protection, and camouflage. 5 projects, all financed internationally, where we have Sinamil working with Semtex in some of the projects, and working with the biological chemical military unit, and the last project we have in the scientific and technological areas in partnership with also universities. This is an area we have a lot of activity, a lot of collaboration. And here I will conclude what is Sinamil and how can we collaborate with you. Sinamil is a crucial component of that ecosystem of the Army, ecosystem of development and research with more than 20 years of experience with applications to the military world and projects approved by financing by Brussels. Projects non-technological and also technological ones. And finally, we are permanently collaborating with the technological-based industrial, with community, scientific community and other entities of the Army. To conclude, this is Cinnamil. Thank you.
A palestra seguinte.
The next talk will be about experimenting. We will listen to the director of the Center for Experimentation and Technological Modernization of the Army, Paulo Fernandes. Good afternoon. Sorry for my voice. Everybody talked about Semtex a lot, and I am heading this Experimentation and Technological Modernization Center. Most of you already know me, so I will tell you a little bit about Semtex and what does it do for innovation and development of the Army. It won't take long. I will tell you about Semtex's mission, innovation events, projects, innovation networks that we belong to. I'll tell you about technological free zone very briefly, and also Artex. Thomas Gash talked about collaboration. None of these would be possible without the collaboration of civilians and servicemen and several different entities that have worked with us. It has been a very interesting adventure that we've been part of together. I'll just give you a summary of our mission as operational experimentation. And how do you do that? We organize experimentation projects of products, of technological solutions that our partners, the scientific community or the companies ask from us. They ask for space, for the conditions to test their products, and we have dozens of military facilities where it's possible to test their equipments under controlled and safe conditions within the regulation, of course. So every year we have an experimentation exercise, Artex, that you've heard about very often during this event. Our adventure started on the 20th of October 2022 in Passo d'Arcos, where we had our formal presentation to the scientific and technological community, as well as the industry. And I included the picture on the right to demonstrate the pressure that we have been feeling since the very beginning to keep the motivation, the momentum, the day before the exhibition. This is how the tent was. 2 days before, we didn't even have the tent set up. And then in 2023, we had our second Army Innovation and Modernization event in Tagus Park, like today, a different setting. It had to do with human behavior monitoring and lectures, presentations about several different aspects, innovation, procurement, among others. And here we have our third event. And we are already running late. I hope you are enjoying, so I'll try to keep it short. Within the ambit of LPM, we have Remote and Autonomous Systems project, developing some new projects that you've heard about because we had our partners during the morning today and also yesterday talking about those projects. Sacrificial drone development, robotics in vehicles, and another project which puts to practice our capabilities in terms of infrastructures to carry out our work. And we are partners for the agenda Aero.next with a 200-kilo drone. And you heard today about CROSS and Ascod. CROSS is financed by EDF and Ascod is financed by EDA. So Cinemil is also our partner in this world of projects, mainly projects that are financed. And we have projects with Cinemil with a supply of different projects that we can take part in order to evolve to other types of financing that result in larger deliverables. There's a call in Compet 2030. Seasguard is a consortium to develop the anti-drone system completely manufactured in Portugal. Moving on to our networks, we have an element in charge of Captech Ground. It's a very important group which gives origin to other important projects, including Ascod that I've just mentioned. And then we had a recent meeting in Sweden about the Defense Test and Evaluation Base, DTEB, where we have tests that are conducted in Europe. Sweden has many testing grounds, some of them really old, with 90 years of existence. And then we have the Autonomous Systems Community of Interest, a very recent group. They just had a meeting last week, and they're just launching their activity, their projects. We are on the Act Innovation Hub. We had a few events during the past few months. We had Unicorn Secretary and another event by the Navy, I think. As Simtex, we are one of the affiliated testing centers for the accelerated for the North Atlantic. Speaking of technological free zones, the Army applied to a technological free zone with 3 different areas: São Jacinto up in the north, Santa Margarida in the center, and Beja. And very quickly, Santa Margarida is a huge training field, allowing us to do all types of things because of its 67 square kilometers. 5,500 feet that we can work with. And here we set many altitude records with our unmanned aerial devices. This is also where we have the UROC, and we want to keep supporting the UROC because they have to test their equipment beforehand, and we always make an effort to provide the support and let them do so a few months early. São Jacinto includes the 3 dimensions, terrestrial, aerial, and sea. We also conduct a lot of experimentation here, supporting the University of Aveiro and the Telecommunications Center when organizing their events. And Beja is a facility that we want to use. We haven't yet. Santa Margarida has full calendar almost every day. We have several different exercises taking place. So Beja is a very good alternative for experimentation because it's remote and it has very ideal conditions for experimentation. Artex was created to bring us closer to the industry and the research centers, the scientific and technological community, creating the best possible conditions for them to work with us and test with us their technological solutions and products of military interest. We already heard about the technological entities, and when we design the exercise, we identify the areas that will become a priority and the type of system that we wish to have for each specific exercise. These are our main goals: to strengthen the role of the Army as a partner for research, development and innovation, to promote the development of land force capabilities, to promote the sharing, the exchange of technical knowledge, and also the SEALs, Army tested and combat ready. This is the first Army technological experimentation in 23. It was a simpler exercise where we gave the necessary space to our partners for them to test their technological solutions and products. We let them stay with us for 24 hours. We gave them accommodation, food and transportation. And I think this was a good opportunity to test all the systems these partners had to offer. This year, we doubled the number of partners. It was a different exercise because we built a military scenario. We had a military operation in place and we delivered the systems of our partners. We integrated civil systems in our military forces and carried out a military operation. This year, or next year, we will do something similar in line with the project that I mentioned earlier. It's a large-scale project with significant funds involved, sacrificial drones. We are aiming at making the exercise more international, and we want to let Santa Margarida become an excellence flagship in terms of excellence when it comes to experimentation grounds. We already know what we want to do, so now let's launch this challenge to say that we want communications, aerial systems, terrestrial systems, and manned systems, and this is a challenge for the community, that you can have a blue and red force with us. We are considering a 3-week project. It's a long time, but it would allow our partners to have the tests during the first week. They have to assemble the equipment, to test the equipment as soon as they start. Then they will train with the military and try to integrate the different systems, and they will have like the operation on a third and final stage. I will now show you a short video, if it works, to give you an idea of Artex, how it went this year, how it's been.
As in nature, it is not the strongest of the species that survives, nor the most intelligent, but the one most responsive to change. Having recognized the need to adapt its equipment, its processes, and its people to emergent technological trends, the Portuguese Army has implemented a number of initiatives to trigger a continuous modernization process. The centerpiece is Artex, the Army Technological Experimentation, a a yearly sandbox exercise where partners from industry and academia can experiment with novel technological artifacts in an operations setting, in turn allowing the Army to experiment with novel concepts of operation made possible by the experimental technologies being tested, and to identify and support projects of military interest. For the 2024 edition, 16 public and private entities ranging from startups and project teams to well-established companies and research and development centers tested 29 novel technological solutions, alongside a mechanized infantry battalion and a field artillery fire unit in the Santa Margarida military base, a 40 square kilometer training area and artillery range located in the center of Portugal. Their challenge: to integrate and adapt both technologies and units to overcome a capable and creative Red Force over a 3-week period that ran between June 17th and July 5th. This mission was completed in 3 one-week phases: an integration phase, a live fire phase, and an operations phase, where civilian developers and researchers had the opportunity to embed directly with their likely end users, collecting valuable insights that are difficult to capture in technical requirements. In the end, despite the intense operational tempo, the hot and dusty climate, and the constant necessity to iterate tactics and technologies to ensure integration and adaptation, the ARTEX 24 participants have succeeded in their common mission, proving once again that understanding the military context is best achieved by living it. The Portuguese Army remains committed to supporting the Portuguese technological and scientific ecosystem, becoming ever more aware that only through the combined efforts of the military, industry, and academia can Portugal, its NATO allies, and international partners be defended.
Dava assim por terminada a minha apresentação. Muito obrigado.
And this concludes my presentation. Thank you. The next presentation regards the subject simulation, and the speaker will be the head of the Syntax of the Army, Infantry Lieutenant Colonel Elder Prata Pinto. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to start by thanking the opportunity before this audience to present again what is the Tactical Center of Capabilities, Certification and Simulation, and it's up to me with this presentation to close this 4 presentation, this block, and regarding the innovation event for the Army. So I propose to make my presentation with this brief agenda, a brief introduction, to tell you about the mission and the organic structure of the Tactical Center, the relevance and responsibilities of the 3 areas, finishing with the brief conclusion. In this way, it's easy to see that the conflicts today present a complex environment with new threats and new technologies. Where the conventional, it's mixed with new ways, non-conventional ways of fighting. The same way, we easily identify that the fight is based in the low echelons, at the level of sections, platoons, and it's for these units that we have the new challenges that come from what I spoke earlier. And it's for these units that we need to focus our attention give them capabilities of training in order for them to integrate them in multinational units and to have interoperationality enough to comply with the missions given to them. And finally, what we need to give is capacitate them high patterns of certification. And this way, it was idealized an approach, holistic one, of the training, operational training. Why? How? Conceptualizing a unit that congregates, a unit placed in an area of training, of excellence of the Army, Santa Margarida, it was mentioned earlier, unit that congregates infrastructures adequate to the mission, elements competent to comply with the functions, and technological tools to comply with the missions. So with these three vectors available, the center, this unit, is able to offer training, simulation systems, and a scenario force, capability of experimentation, assessment, certification, and draft the learned lessons. And in this way, put this all in the doctrine. This unit is the capability center, tactical and certification. And for this was given the simple mission: execute and coordinate activities of certification, simulation, and readiness to military forces projected to operation theaters. To comply with this mission, this is the organic structure that the center supports. 3 different areas that work together and converge to the final goal to improve the end result in the Army. A tactical section, a modulation, a certification, and a section of assessment and certification. Without being boring, I propose briefly to present the relevance and responsibilities of each of these 3 areas. The first, tactical capability is responsible to promote normalizing the techniques, the tactics, and the procedures. In parallel, integrate the system, lessons learned in the Army, and dynamize it on one side. On the other side, contribute to plan the readiness for forces to be projected to theater of operations and national deployed elements. Another side of this section is the responsibility of normalizing the procedures, military part, that come from the development, technological development, and implementation of new technologies in military tactics. Secondly, modulation and simulation section is responsible to support with personnel and know-how and systems of simulation organic the process of experimentation, operational training, and military training and units to increment their tactical proficiency in its plan of implementation, to have systems of simulation in the 3 sites: real, virtual, and constructive. How, in the operational component, we visualize the assets of this section. Having all the vectors of simulation that I mentioned earlier and becoming them interoperational, the center has capability to give this cycle of training in the individual training up until command of units of echelons and battalions, in each phase promoting a validation of the skills acquired up until that moment. In all the process of this cycle, the center ensures a follow-up and a validation, as I mentioned, permanently. To mention that despite being here for a short period, this center, it is about a year old, the center has infrastructures, provisional ones, where we have available a system of constructive simulation for training command posts that is transitional. So we are acquiring, the Army is acquiring a constructive that should reach us half the next year, capable of receiving not just the system, but a virtual system that is also being acquired. Equally, and with responsibility with the center, coordinate all the nucleus, all the cores in the Army. The center has available a page in the internal network of the Army where we have located all the centers and where we can identify its functionality, and units can enroll there to use that center specifically. Finally, the assessment and certification section, two different sides, one aiming to assess and certificate tactically the forces, and the other one for experimentation, focusing more on this one. As an integrated part of the ecosystem of innovation, collaborates with all the other players when it comes to developing equipment, experimenting at the level of land operations. How? Two examples. The contribution that the center gives in the RTEX exercise mentioned earlier, doing the framework tactical one of experimentations. The center gives the capability not just to be developed independently or the experimentation not being done individually of a certain product or equipment. It gives it a tactical military framework, creating a scenario of experimentation with several variables, controlling the forces, exercise controller, in the validation force on force. For each technology used in experimentation, it had a system and will have a system counter-reform to validate and the best test to experimentation. The responsibility for that, the center has the management and orientation, technical, tactical, requiring two specialists and the areas being tested and validated. On the other hand, the responsibility of the technical capability center when it comes to the brands of qualification. It's a process ongoing. Here we have another one in planning, where the center is responsible as a coordinated unit when it comes to, there are other experimentations for the Army will direct them to other entities. And the tactical one is the center that is the coordinating entity that then will promote a specialist. In this way, the center generates specific scenarios, real or simulated, to create adequate conditions to give the referred brands, and coordinates and proposes the attribution of brands recurring to pattern metrics. To conclude, briefly, I present what is the implementation, what we foresee for the implementation of the project Center of Tactical Capacitation, and to do in 3 phases. First is ongoing at the level, national level, implement the center in what I presented. In this phase, we have already been supported at the level of NATO Innovation Branch. For in the second phase, admit partners, allied partners, in its skill competences to promote the implementation in the third phase of what will be a center of excellency at the level NATO level. I finished by mentioning that the Center of Tactical Capacitation, Simulation and Certification is a catalyst of modernization and transformation of the land forces, contributing for the development and introduction of means and technologies in the Army. In general, I finish my presentation here. Thank you. Finally, we'll begin the closing session of the third event of innovation and modernization in the Army. The third event aimed to to visualize this strategy of innovation and modernization technologically in the Army, and to disclose the several projects, bearing in mind the lines of effort for its modernization, technological modernization, and the several potentialities that we have in the different commands and units of the Army. In this sequence of ideas, the event has already also to promote and dynamize the relationships with the scientific and academic community and the industry, privileging the development of contacts, institutional and personal, that contribute to execute an integrated strategy on the national level. The exercise Artex 24 was an event open to the industry, technological and academic and national level. From the 17th of June to 5 June, and Santa Margarita Artex 24 had 16 different institutions from companies to universities, involving a total of 30 tests in different systems, with the goal to identify solutions to bridge the gaps in the difficulties of the land forces and give continuity to the process of modernization of the Army. We will now have the delivery of the certifications to the representatives of the several entities: Institute, Engenharia de Sistemas and Computers, Technology and Science, Project CIBER, Institute of Engineering Systems and Computers, Technology and Science. Origami Hub, and the several names of the several institutions that participated in Artex 24.
Projeto anti-drone do Sinamil. Fazem a entrega dos certificados de presença o excelentíssimo vice-chefe de Estado-Maior do Exército, Tenente-General Paulo Emanuel Maia Pereira, acompanhado pelo diretor do Centro de Experimentação e Modernização Tecnológica do Exército, Coronel de Material Paulo Fernandes, e pelo chefe do Centro de Capacitação Tática, Simulação e Certificação do Exército, Tenente-Coronel de Infantaria Prata Pinto, e pelo Sr. Presidente da IDD.
The hand delivering of the certificates is now taking place.
Guarda, tira ali. chamar a próxima leva. Centro de Competências de Proteção de Infraestruturas da Academia Militar. Beyond Vision. Projeto Drive do Instituto de Engenharia de Sistemas e Computadores, Tecnologia e Ciência. Corpo de Intervenção da Unidade Especial de Polícia, da Polícia de Segurança Pública. Já não está. Projeto Polishell do Sinamil. Projeto Eye in the Sky do Instituto Superior Técnico. Fazem a entrega dos certificados de presença o excelentíssimo Vice-Chefe de Estado-Maior do Exército, Tenente-General Paulo Emanuel Maia Pereira, acompanhado pelo Sr. Presidente da EDD. Vou proceder à próxima leva.
We'll now call the next institutions receiving the certificates.
Composite. Fiber Dynamics. Projeto UGV Security do Exército. Projeto Sentinela Atlântica da Arditi. E Swatter Company.
We will now hand the certificates for Army tested to systems and equipments produced by companies of the basic technological centers in line with the protocol with the national entities. The qualification and certification of the Army has happened since 2017 when we signed the protocol between the Army and EDD Portugal to certificate the companies that have equipments or systems related to security and defense produced by national companies in the technological and industrial database of the defense, with two types of qualifications depending on the type of tests. Both brands are Army tested. This certification is for equipments that fulfill the requirements for a profile set up by the Army. Combat Proven is an award or qualification to systems that comply with general and specific requirements that have to do with Army tested, and additionally have been used successfully in real military operations.
A qualificação com a marca Exército.
Certification with this brand Army is valid for 5 years, during which period the Army can conduct audits to verify the maintenance of the conditions that allowed for the certificate. Doing so, the resources are shared and there's validation and certification of systems, and the initiative will contribute for the promotion of the national industry that has to do with defense and security. These were the essential bases for the regulations signed by IDD and the Army, allowing for the certification with the Army tested seal. After application, analysis and verification is conducted, and today the seal, Army tested, will be awarded to NBKR for the consortium Latino Confessões Limited, University of Minho, and the other entities that I will refer. The project aimed at developing a multi-layer solution for active production against NBKR threats with high levels of comfort at an operational level. In order to do that, a combination of fibers was used with systems of filtration and functional interfaces. The products that resulted will be used for high added value operations within the sector of equipments for individual protection for military and civil use. We will now hand the certificates Army tested to Vestuário with the Teamtex Textiles and the rest of the entities that I'm going to name.
De atribuição da marca.
The certificates for this qualification will be awarded to Pedro Magalhães by Teamtex Textiles, Luís Nobre, University of Minho, Ana Maria Fangueiro, Centris, and to deliver the qualification diploma, we will have Mr. Maia Pereira again, in the presence of Carlos Felix, the president of IDD Portugal.
Após o respectivo processo.
After the candidacy process, analysis and assessment, the seal of certification or the project or the product CELTI Extreme from the company iCare Innovation Hospital Care SA. CELTI Extreme, it's a sheet, 3-in-1. It's inferior sheet with hydrophobic, antimicrobial and permeable, and the profile of identity is for sanitation units used in campaign or in situations of catastrophe that result in military emergencies care. And to the qualification seal will be given to CELTI Extreme required by iCare Innovation Hospital Care SA. The certification and fundamentation will be delivered to the nurse Diana Pires from iCare Innovation Hospital SA.
Fazem a entrega.
And the delivery of the diploma will be given by Vice-Senfa General Paulo Emanuel Maia with the engineer Carlos Felix from Engineer Portugal.
Vai usar da palavra.
We will pass the floor to the excellent Vice Joint Chief Paulo Emanuel Maia Pereira for the closing speech.
Sr. Presidente da IDD.
Director of IDD Portugal, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call everyone here, but I want to thank all those entities that were involved in this event. I'm very grateful, and I would like to thank all the entities that were associated to this initiative. Your presence, the quality of your presentations, and above all, the results that we have attained bring more confidence in this path towards innovation and modernization that is the purpose of the Portuguese Army. I was in the conference for national auditors in defense area. Maria de Belém and other entities participated, and the President of the Republic was also present. And after listening to what they had to say and these wonderful lessons about what needs to be done, I want to guarantee to you that this is the right way to go. Like I said in the beginning, it's not tomorrow that we should act. We should act now. We should act today. I would like to greet all the academic companies, all the academia and companies that contributed for a more in-depth knowledge about very relevant solutions, and these should be recognized. So thank you very much. This third event, as you know, is integrated in the Army's consolidated strategy and also in collaboration and cooperation with the defense, the industry and the academia, fostering future synergies in the area of innovation and modernization, focusing on macro projects that are very relevant for the Army according to the military programming law. Innovation and modernization are not just words, they are based on principles that have the power to transform realities, to challenge the status quo, and to create solutions for more complex challenges that we will face. The Army and the terrestrial force for the next generation are the receivers of those technologies. And as obvious here, we are genuinely interested in developing, sharing knowledge, testing, and experimenting and applying at an operational level all these proposals that were put forward. The Army is, like we have said repeatedly, a world of opportunities. Therefore, we are focusing on supporting research, development, and innovation. We are living through times that are constantly changing. When we get out in the morning and when we go back in the afternoon, the reality has already changed. So we need for new concepts to come up and to be disseminated. This requires the ability to continuously adapt. Innovation and modernization are no longer an option, they are an obligation, so that we can keep up with these changes and even more anticipate them. As I mentioned this morning, to dare to work jointly to reach national affirmation and modernizing the Army are structuring pillars of innovation for the academia, for the technological and industrial base for the defense, the Army, national companies, as well as international companies. So it's important to assume that we can foster and reinforce institutional relationships, showcasing our products and contributing for a more modern army ready to combat, leveraging the national economy and the development of our country. In order to do that, we must adapt and incorporate disruptive technologies, explore new possibilities for organizational transformation, innovative ideas generated within the army or companies or the academia, but also those that are included in internal, national and international innovation networks, offering added value for the army. We are all invited, we are all called for this. During this third event, we have witnessed a set of presentations that focused on offering new opportunities to the industry and the scientific and technological communities. We have talked about simulation, focusing on operational training, and we have seen how new solutions may arise thanks to the effort and determination of the academia and the industry. Within this area, we will leverage the Center for Simulation of the Army based on all those who can help, namely reinforcing the national industry. If in Guarda, in the previous event, we focused on everything that's being done on the inside, this time, as a reference for innovation and development, we wanted to go further. So we included internationalization, and we realized and proved that the Army can contribute for Portugal, for NATO, and for the European Union. This is something that we must do for the good of our country. However, as a result of the multidisciplinary knowledge that we've gathered here, it has become clear that innovation and the need for modernization will also bring huge challenges. These challenges will require for all of us to be critical and to reflect on what we are doing, making sure that these solutions may take place. It's important to build business models that leverage the national industry and offer practical results. We are more confident, for sure, that this is the right way to go. We promote spaces for reflection and exchange in order to accelerate new ideas, stimulating the academia, the industry, and the army. We want to gather our strengths, our talents, and our goodwill. This is a synergy. It's not something exclusively in the hands of the army. This is what we believe is the wiser way. So now it's important that we make it happen. For all these reasons, I think that we have reached our purpose, seeing the Army as a privileged technological partner, a facilitator and integrator in innovation networks, both national and international, committed to the development of the national industry. I invite you all to keep the dialogue open, to stay connected, and please attract new talents and new ideas that will allow us to transform challenges into opportunities and put them in place, in practice. I would like to thank very sincerely to the Oeiras Municipality, Tegus Park, A&D Cluster, the Army and Center for Experimentation, the moderators, the academia, the national and international industry, entrepreneurs and associations, research centers, for the knowledge that you have shared and the vision that you brought, and also for opening a new path which will contribute for a more modern terrestrial force with the capacity to fight, to defend the Portuguese citizens. So what? First, we want to create our contacts, our contact networks, to build business models that we can present to the government. 3, we want to dynamize experimentation in Santa Margarida, in São Jacinto, in the free technological areas, Artex 25 in May 25. 4th, to present partnerships that respond to the needs and the vision that we have introduced here. 5, to include research projects from the universities and to create models that may be presented during the Artex or other innovation events. I invite you all to join us in our next event, the first in 2025. about artificial intelligence for the benefit of operational employment, which will happen until March. I will now call the following entities to the stage with me, the directors of the different entities that were represented here. Would you please join me on stage?
Voltados para a audiência. Estes.
These are your partners. You can build with them solid models that showcase the talents that we have in Portugal. Our motto is to have a more competent Portugal, technologically advanced and modern. So count on the help of the Army. Thank you so much.
Vossa Excelência, meu General, Chefe de Estado-Maior do Exército, dá licença que dê ponto de sacrifício.
We conclude this event about innovation and modernization. On behalf of the Vice Chief of Defense Staff, Mr. Maia Pereira, we conclude this session and we invite you all for a port of honor which will be served in the exhibition room. Thank you very much for your presence. We were honored to have you. Good afternoon.